Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to a brand new tournament. Welcome back to the very first edition of the WardiTV Mondays. I'm, of course, your Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all, to your weekly replacement tournament for the ESL Open Cup Asia, for the Korean Open Cup. Welcome to the WardiTV Monday. Good to be here, good to be back, and we already have our first series. We have our first matchup. We are jumping into our ZVP. Whew. I got scared for a second there. We're jumping into our ZVP, and there we go. The Musica is here and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing himself, calling teamless. It is Luna C. I did notice some of those frame drops in game, and I will get on top of that un momento. But welcome one and all. Again, we've been hosting many a replacement tournament over the past couple of days, or even the past week. We have Wardy, of course, stepping up for the Asia weeklies. We've had ourselves stepping up for the Americas weeklies. We had Steadfast Kalaris and Rotterdam stepping up for the European weeklies, and we have an Ursasaurus Cup tomorrow as well. So it's been a very intense couple of days. It's been a very intense weekend of StarCraft, and the intensity does not end. This is the second cast of the day. Earlier today we were live with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. That was 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago we were live with our own weekly tournament, and now we are back and we are cannon rushing. Let's go. Forge expand into some pylons, into a cannon rush here at the triangular third base. We'll see if Lunacy can shut this down. Is looking to do so, and for the time being, Shin is in the dark. Shin has no idea. Shin, his overlords are scouting across the map. They're checking across the map. They're not back at home to actually get a read what's going on, which means the cannons will get up and running undetected. Will be undetected. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Cannons are on the way, and Shin, I mean, the ideal here is to force or is to get a kill on the natural base. Bearing in mind, the Lunacy went for a Forge expand into a gateway, is expanding back at home, is transitioning. This is not an all-in. This is just designed to get Lunacy ahead in the economy. Here we go. Pylon book at the natural. Shin pulling some poise is going to be stuck on a one-base economy as both cannons have completed. The hatchery is under fire. Queens are amassing. Lings are amassing as well. But alas, I believe this hatchery is a lost cause. Also, before I forget, you know what it is. Get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Shin is the favorite player as he's double expanded to try to catch up. The hatchery will fall, but is double expanded to make up for that? Can Shin recover from a devastating position? Can he oh my god. Can he recover from losing a hatchery this early on? Lings are moving out across the map, but back at home we have a wall. We have a probe in position. We have a cannon on the way that's going to finish up in a couple of seconds. Lunacy is ready, even fully walls off as well. The pylon is exposed and Lunacy may have to cancel, but there we go. The cannon is now done. Lunacy can cancel the pylon and is secure. Meanwhile, across the map, the hatchery was killed. For 2 cannons and a pylon, well worth it for Lunacy. Bearing in mind, it wasn't just a killed hatchery, but a very delayed natural base. The 2 expansions are still on the way, but again, they catch up, double expand. It's going to be a double expand for Shin. Queen is waddling out. Likewise, Shin attempting to chase down that initial scouting. Probe will be able to do so. Lunacy is in the dark, checking Lunacy's vision. Lunacy has not yet confirmed the double expand, is still in the dark, and that means that something like a 2-base all-in is still on the table, at least in the mind of Lunacy. So Lunacy has a little bit of uncertainty about him, and there we go. Throws in a shield battery just to be safe. Shield battery, 2 shield batteries. And it is going to be a Stargate follow-up, most likely into Void Ray, potentially into Oracle. They both have their place. Void Ray is a safer way to play. Oracle is to scout across the map to get a read on what's going on. See what it's going to be. Based on, I was going to say based on the trajectory here of the initial units, it could be a Void Ray, but it could also just be a high ground vision here for the Stalkers. So there are options for Lunacy. Meanwhile, back at home, Shin droning up. Shin, he's droning as hard as he can, did double expand. Lunacy even making a Zealot here just in case, and there we go, we have our answer. It is in fact going to be the Void Ray. With the help of the Void Ray, we're going to be able to hunt down Overlords, not just one. There's a second Overlord here on the right hand side that could potentially be going down as well. And this is all to keep Lunacy safe and secure. Meanwhile, Shin is amassing a handful of Lings just to be safe himself. Evo Chambers on the way. That'll be for +1. Still just droning up. Saturating his third. And Lunacy has yet to take in any other direction yet. This could just be Void Ray into, I was going to say Void Ray into a third base, or it could be into a second Stargate. And there it is. It's going to be a Fleet Beacon. We are rushing into Tempest or Carrier. Both are viable, both have their place, and both are legitimate options here for Lunacy. Oh boy. Third base being taken. Lunacy expanding, settling on in, bearing in mind that Shin is in the dark. Shin has not yet scattered what's going on, does have an Overlord poison diving into the main, but the Void Ray does come in, does find the Overlord and will hunt it down. Both Overlords do fall. Shin has yet to take into Lair, is still on Hatch Tech, so no Overseer either. Shin is in the dark, Shin has no idea what's going on. Has to try and piece it together, does get a nice surround though. We'll get on top of the Stalker, but the Void Ray has arrived. With the help of the Void Ray, Lynx have to back off. They try to find a way into the natural, but again, there is a full wall off there as well. Lunacy is holding, and we have the answer, Tempest. It's going to be double Starport. It's going to be a Tempest rush here for Lunacy. Now, this most likely is going to be Tempest into a ground-based army. You can try and go pure Skytoss. That is a thing, but it's a little bit out of date, a little bit old-fashioned. I'm expecting Tempest into a Twilight Council, into a Gateway Explosion. So, speaking of, yeah, there we go. Twilight Council, Forge, Gateways on the way. So it's going to be initially up to 4, maybe 6 Tempests at most, but most likely 4 Tempests, and then into Ground Toss. Meanwhile, the Tempests are scouted. Yeah, big moment here for Shin. Very, very fortunate that, well, I mean, shout out to Shin for being active with those Lings. Does scout, does confirm. Lair is almost done. The Queens are amassing. Spores are already finishing up as well. And how many Queens does Shin have? 6. 6 Queens to defend. But some very nice creep. The creep is looking solid. The Tempest venturing far into creep. And the Queens will shut it down. Behind the Spires on the way. First Tempest has to back off. You could definitely argue that maybe this Tempest was premature. The Tempest alone doesn't really achieve much, and Shin is already responding. Wings for looking for another way in. Oh my god! That is not what I was expecting. Shin going for a massive Bane Bust even. Okay. That's 20 Banelings on the way. Meanwhile, the Tempest, they rotate. Now we're up to 3 Tempest. That's a lot of Tempest. Making our way towards the right-hand side. Queen's trying to keep up. Spire's halfway done. Spire needs more time. And the Banelings, can they get into the mineral line? They do split up. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, massive connections. 18 workers go down. And the base itself, meanwhile, Tempest, they respond. They race back home. Yeah, Tempest out of position. And what's important is that this counterattack brings the army back home. These Tempests, they could have thrown the main. They could have killed the main base. They could have done so much damage, as the Spire is still not done, but the Tempests are forced to race back home because of the Ling Bane counterattack. As Shin is just buying himself time for that anti-air, going for the 4th as well, droning up heavily behind this. We'll back off, we'll pivot away, and there it is. +1 air attack, Spire has completed, and now Corruptors are on the way. Now suddenly, these Tempests aren't really threatening. Suddenly the Tempests, they can't really do much anymore. I mean, they have some Void Rays to support, to be fair, so they're going to be able to sustain themselves. They're going to be safe against a Corruptor dive, but they can't really move out. So Lunacy is now stuck at home. The window where the Tempests were effective has closed, and Lunacy has to turtle from here. Taking up into a Temple Archives, working towards oh god. Double Temple Archives, working towards Archons, working towards Storm. Again, working on a ground-based army. At least trying to, but losing the expansion, losing a mineral line, winding it back. That was 20 probes going down. That's a lot to recover from here for Lunacy. Is taking another expansion, is going for a 4th. Meanwhile, Corruptors hunting for any stray unit. Looking for a way in. Lings, they hit the 4th. Yeah, they're gonna force a cancel. Yeah, there's no saving this. No, with +1 made. That's a kill. No, that's a kill and a cancel. The expansion does go down. Not like this. Once again, Shin looking for any stray Tempest. Oh, does find them, but won't quite catch them. There's an Archon and Void Rays. Shin will respect this position. Rotating around. Could try to dive into the main. Could even try to snipe some of these tech structures, actually. Yeah, the Corruptors have potential. Bearing in mind there is no blink. Is no blink. The anti-air army here of Lunacy is quite immobile. And here we go. The Corruptors, they do go for the main. See, this is why you get 2 Temple Archives. But we're going for both! The double snipe! I was gonna say the big brain plays, he got 2 because he knew one would be sniped, but alas, both of them will go down. Ah, Smurge. Does snipe both in the end. Shin, he was ready for the double Templar Archives. He knew, but he knew. That's why he has so many Corruptors. For the double snipe. Ah, Shin, he's so smart. Let's go. Behind this, getting a fourth, getting a fifth base as well. Shin up to 84 workers. A solid economy now for Shin, as he's focusing on Corruptorling main. I know further tech yet here for Shin. He has yet to go into a Hydra Den or a Roach Warren or an Ultra Cavern. Speaking of, there it is, Ultra Cavern now on the way, and that's going to be a secure way to get on top of this High Templar, get on top of the Grand Army. As Lunacy is still turtling up, just now getting a fourth up and running. Has, of course, the Restricting Gas Geyser. Corruptors still looking for a snipe. Now that the Hive is done, of course, we can get Vipers, and there they are. 3 Vipers on the way. They can abduct the Tempest, they can Parasite Bomb the Void Rays, they can pick away at this army. And Lunacy is he still has yet to stabilize, still has yet to really build up a threatening force. It's not there. Gets a Corruptor here and there, which is nice. Lings, they check once again for an expansion. Adrenals on the way. Of course, Shin most likely just waiting for those Vipers to gather energy. Oh, upgrades on the way for the Ultra Cavern. Is on the way. And Shin is getting ready for the dive. He's maxed out. Lings, they arrive once again, going for the expansion. Good position with the Zealots. But there's no expanding here. So, nah, it's not gonna happen, man. It's not gonna happen. Here we go. We're hunting for those Tempests or any kind of Skytoss unit. Mothership has arrived. Oh! We get a yoink! We get a Void Ray! Oh, not ideal, not what we were looking for, but a snipe nonetheless. Void Ray goes down. You see the Corruptors that take 1 Archon volley to the face. Does do a lot of damage. A couple of Archon volleys. So this is still a fragile army, considering the amount of Archons there are. But still a very necessary army. Ultra soon to arrive. Kindness plating is done in a couple of seconds. She needs to buy a little bit more time. Doesn't want to go in too soon. 10 more seconds. He's going for it. He commits. He goes for the dive. Bailey's, they rush into the Gateway army. Ooh, they crash into the High Templar. And most High Templar, every High Templar goes down. We go for the yoink on the Mothership. Mothership barely does not go down, but the Tempest do. Yeah, the Tempest, they fall one after the other. Massive pickoffs. The Skytoss army does crumble. Panic recall of the probes won't quite get them out. Not like this. And even though the ground army survives, to what end? It's a handful of Stalkers, it's 1 Archon. Not like this. Shin has to back off, he has to rebuild his ground army, and he can do that again and again. Bearing in mind his economy is terrifying. There is some side defense to save the 4th, but Lings, they can flood in, they get a surround on every single cannon. The shield batteries as well. Lunacy out of position. And Shin is just pulling him apart. Again, Lunacy had a pretty good start to the game, but alas, the Tempest follow-up was lackluster. Lunacy lost his 3rd. The Tempest didn't get any damage early on. It just wasn't worth it in the end. And now Shin is going to knock down the 4th base once again. +3 melee is done. Bailey's rolling in. A storm was researched. I was curious. Just never really got to see it. Yeah, and this Stalker army just crumbles before the might of all these Ultras. And GG gets called. Shin will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Shin will take the first game. We'll take a lead in the series. Whew. But yeah, that was a bit of a back and forth. Again, Lunacy did start off with a very successful cannon rush, getting a kill in the expansion, delaying the natural, delaying the 3rd base, delaying the economy of Shin, but Shin was able to bounce back, was able to scout, confirm the Tempest. Likewise, once he was able to recognize what was going on, did shut the Tempest down, and had a great job at just counterattacking and just rendering those Tempests inert. They just weren't able to achieve anything really, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We are now getting into game Número 2. Also, what I should mention, I mean, makes sense with the name of the events. Shout out to Wardy. Wardy, of course, is covering his own matches, is live on his own channel. Also going to be bringing you the event over. And then, of course, shout out to Wardy as well for hosting the event, for funding the event. The WardiTV Monday would not be a thing without Wardy. It would just be Monday. And it would be without StarCraft. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the red Zerg player representing Gaimin Gladiators from South Korea. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Luna C. Just catching up in the chat. They can take our land, they can take our property, but they'll never take our StarCraft. Never take it away. It's ours, man. It's our game. This game is like a cockroach. It takes more than ESL pulling out to kill it. Exactly. Pulling out sometimes is not enough. It's not enough. We're still in. Oh god. Jesus. As Shin is going for, once again, hatch first. Force take the unnatural natural. This time Lunacy going for a gateway first though. There's no forge, there's no earlier forge timing here, there's no earlier cannon rush. Not this time for Lunacy. So we're settling into Oceanborn. It's like cannon rushing. Just cause it's degenerate doesn't make it, doesn't mean it doesn't have its place. Yo, Setsuna, just foreseeing the future of the cannon rush. I don't know. Oh my god. Crazy. We go. Yeah, I feel like when you build 2 temple archives and they both get sniped, that is a proper Smoge moment. Definitely. You make the backup and the backup goes down as well. See, really the meta should be you have to make a backup for the backup and then maybe another backup as well. You know, give us the quadruple temple archive build. That's how you do it. Oh god. I believe in Lunacy. I believe. 11 hours later, I'm back. Yeah, we're back. Back-to-back tournaments. I did have a nap. I napped for like 2 hours. Had a 2-hour nap, and then we're back. We're jumping back into the casting couch. We're never leaving. There's, of course, another event in another 12 hours. For those who don't know, the Orsisaurus Cup is in 12 hours time, so we're gonna cover this event, gonna get some rest, and then wake up and do it all again. Ooh, meanwhile, we have our tech of choice. Gonna be a Twilight Council opener out of Luna C. Okay. A bit of a more aggressive start here. Going for the Twilight Council. This could be a Dark Shrine opener, could be Glaive of Depths. For the time being, we have yet to pull out though. We have not pulled out a Gas Geysers. So I imagine it's gonna be a Dark Shrine being thrown down instead. We'll keep an eye on Lunacy. Definitely gets across the map. There is no pullouts. Gateways are finishing up and show us that. Oh no, it is Glaives. Glaives without pulling out a gas tells us that this could be either 6-gate Glaive Adepts or it could be 4-gate Glaives plus a Dark Shrine as well. You typically do not mine this much gas without good reason. Okay. Here we go. As actually it's 3 gates. Okay. You have my attention. 3-gate Glaives initially. I'm curious what comes next. Okay. I was gonna say it's gonna be either a Dark Shrine or a Robotics Bay is the Dark Shrine. So again, usually if you stay in, it's for additional, gas investment with either extra gateways or Dark Shrine. So it's gonna be Glaives plus DTs for Lunacy. Here we go. If you're a Protoss player, you're asking yourself, do I go DTs this game or do I go Glaives? ¿Por qué no los dos, man? ¿Por qué no los dos? Meanwhile, Shin coming in with the Overlord Scout, we'll get eyes on the Robo, is fully aware of the non-Stargate opener now, and we'll go a little bit further, we'll get eyes on everything. Shin with the Scouts! He scouts the Twilight Council and the Dark Shrine as well. Shin, he sees all, he knows all. He even sees the Twilight Council researching as well. Roaches are amassing back at home, the Roach Warren is already done, the initial Adepts have arrived. But Shin is ready. Spores are being thrown down as we speak as well. Lunacy does go for the split, but Lings do go for the chase. They chase down the Adepts. The Adepts are going to be shut down. They get two drones for two Adepts. Not worth it. Not worth it yet for Lunacy. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is done. Dark Templar warping in. But there is a Spore in every mineral line. Once again, two Adepts for two more drones. Still less than ideal. Lunacy distracting the main army. DT is being dropped into the mineral lines. But there are Lings in position. Spore as well. The Prism is spotted. And Shin will chase. And this opener from Lunacy just hasn't done enough. It's been trading 1-to-1 for Adepts and drones. Yeah, the Prism is zoned away. Back at home, Lunacy building up more Adepts, breaking out as he was locked in. And this should be a 2-base all-in at this point. Yeah, there we go. We have a gateway explosion. It's going to be 6 gateways on 2 bases. We have Immortal production. We have Adepts. Lunacy should be building up to move out across the map. There is a probe to expand, that is true. But oh my god, that's even more gateways. Jesus. That is going to be an 8-gate 2-base all-in. This pylon is here as a fake out. Basically, the probe moved out to make it look like Lunacy was expanding. There is no expansion. Instead, all in. Here we go. You can see Shin is checking. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Lunacy confirms there is still no expansion. Nexus now about to... I mean, it shouldn't be thrown down. Oh, is going to be thrown down here. Gateways are finishing up. And Lunacy, with the arrival of the Prism, should move out. Speaking of, here's our Warp Prism. We should be moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Shin, we're on 3 bases. We're on just under 3-base economy with 51 drones. On 5 gases. Building up Roaches, Lings, Ravagers. Shin, he saw just how late the expansion was. I mean, as far as he knows, there is no expansion. So Shin is getting ready for the all-in. And here it comes. Here comes that 2-base all-in. Again, fake third behind this. There's no probing going on for Lunacy. It's all or nothing. With Adepts, with Immortals, Archons, and those Force Fields. The Force Fields are going to be a key part of this all-in, but there are Ravagers. That's the problem. Plenty of Ravagers to deal with them. Lunacy looking to move out. Shin still staying on a low drone count, did not take a 4th base. That is a little bit concerning, the limited larva that Shin has. But he does have a robust Roach Ravager army. Lunacy pushing forward. Shin up! Does get caught out! What is that, 4 or 5 Roaches falling? Not a bad start. That was 6 Roaches even. 6 Roaches go down. Shin taking it slow. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Shin. There's no rush for the Zerg. Ooh, almost gets the Archon. Archon getting very low. Force Field's looking down a couple more of those Roaches. That's 13 Roaches in total. Like, these have been efficient trades, but remember, there's no third. Lunacy canceled. Like, it was a fake 3rd base, as we mentioned before. Lunacy did cancel. It's all or nothing for the Protoss. Lings coming from behind. They're going for the sentries. Ooh, the Vials do connect. Massive Vials. And Shin is shutting this down. The Prism is coming to save some Immortals if at all possible. But the Vials are insane. Sentries go down. The Immortals are saved, but only the Immortals. And even then, there's only enough room for 2. Third Immortal does fall. And there's nothing left. Oh, the Vials! Oh my god. Calm down. But there's nothing left behind this. We have more Adepts being warped in back at home. 2 Immortals remaining. No Sentries, no Archons, no 3rd base either. Shin will confirm the lack of 3rd. Oh my god. Being cheeky with those piles. Won't quite get the Prism. But his starter stepping forward. Breaking his way through. Takes down the Adepts once again. Even sniping some of those pylons. Oof. Yeah, the Immortals go down. GG gets called. There's just nothing left here for Lunacy. Shin snowballs out of control and will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to the Shin as he does take the series. Again, Shin was the favorite player coming into it, but shout out to Lunacy for giving us a wide array of builds here in this best of 3. Game 2 was more straightforward. It was just a 2-base all-in. Game 1 was a little bit more elaborate with the cannon rush into the Tempest, into the ground toss. There were definitely layers to Game 1, but Shin was all over those layers, and does take the series. GG. GG, well played. Does take the series. And now we can take a moment to go over the bracket and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, one moment here. Beautiful. Okay, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us head on over and catch up on those updates from the top. Hold on. There we go. From the top, we have Mars Bar. We have Mars Bar currently mid-series against his opponent, against Range. Currently mid-series, winner goes up against Dark in the next round. Meanwhile, we have Rex getting a walkover for Jumi. That's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to seeing Rex versus Jumi. That was my number 2 pick for the starting series. Unfortunately, alas, there was a walkover for Jumi unavailable, and with that, Rex is waiting for the winner of Dark, Mars Bar, and Ramsh. Unless there's a walkover, Dark is going to be favored to make a deep run. Meanwhile, ooh, we do have some updates. We have Gumiho. Gumiho takes down Triple 2-0, and we have Shin taking down Lunacy 2-0 as well. Up next on the channel is going to be Gumiho versus Shin in a TVZ. We're going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Meanwhile, I'm sure Wardy has his own matches. Let me just double check to see where Wardy is at. Wardy is covering another series, I'm sure. He's on a bit of a break screen. But we have Dash. Dash gets a walkover and is going to be advancing on a face-off against Beyond in the next round. We have Mana taking down Rebellion 2-0. That's a big win for Mana. That was another series I was looking at. A very high-profile PvP. We have a Gosu user getting a walkover over Mocha. Unfortunately, there were a couple of walkovers here, which is a bit of a shame. It does kind of interrupt the flow of the tournament, but alas, I believe the walkovers have concluded at this point. And we have Classic versus a Gosu user. That is the real Gosu user, by the way. It was all over the interwebs. The return of Gosu user. He was kind of lurking in chat channels. He played in OC King of the Hill recently, and now he's here for the WardiTV Monday Cup as well. Let's go. He's still not where he was when he retired. He's still not, in peak condition. For those who don't know, Ghost User is an old school competitor from way back in the day. And he's around, if I remember correctly, he's around like low GM, like 5k, 5.2k on the Americas region. But he's getting there. He's getting back up there. Definitely an exciting time to be a Ghost User fan. And we'll see where he settles in a couple of months. And we have Creator. Creator takes down Moja 2-0. That would have been another fun series, a fun PvT. Creator does advance on, and Creator waiting for the winner of Classic and Gosu User. So a lot of really good matches are ahead of us, but we are focusing on our quarterfinals match on Gumi versus Shin. That is going to be the plan. That is going to be our quarterfinals match. Here we go. We are getting things ready. But yeah, we're focusing on the upper half of the bracket. I'm sure Wardy's focusing on the lower half instead. A lot of really strong potential matches, especially with Creator, with Classic, with Beyond, with Mana as well. They're all facing off. Turns on if it's always enough, papi. Ah. How did Shin make this look so easy? Yo, game 1 was impressive. Despite the rough start for Shin, the way that he was able to cleanly bounce back was crazy, crazy. Oh, Wardy's going to be joining us. Okay, that's all good. Wardy will be joining us as well. Ooh, after this series, I might hop. So usually we don't want to double up. So after this series, we'll do our best to spread out. We'll do our best to spread out and try to find some other matches. Yeah, we'll find some other matches. We'll be good. We'll be good. As we're getting into our ZVT and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And if you're in the chats, predictions should now be open. We will conclude this series, but again, I don't want to step on Wardy's toes, especially considering that, I mean, this is his tournament, so ideally we do want to spread out and cover other matches. So after this series, we'll try to find and try to jump into maybe creators matches, or classic, or Beyond, or Dark. We'll find a nice series for us. We'll find a nice series. It'll be good. Is all good. For now, it is going to be a hatch gas pool opener, standard opener out of Shin. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for a double Rax himself. Here we go. It's going to be 2-Rax Reaper here out of Gumiho. Sorry, I think I said the wrong names. So Shin going hatch gas pool, Gumiho going 2-Rax Reaper, at least initially. And we'll see where this takes us. We'll see where we are headed. The idea here for Gumiho is to be aggressive early on, to deny and delay the third base for as long as possible, and get into a 2-1-1 variation as the Reapers are on the way. Now, Shin is very much so an aggressive player and often does respond with all-ins against 2-Rax Reaper. I'm curious if Shin will do that here in this series as well. We have seen him all-in Beyond many a time and be quite successful, which is also why Beyond has stopped 2-Rax Reapering Shin. Just straight up, just doesn't do it anymore. Beyond has learned his lesson. Here we go. They pronounce it Gaming Gladiators in the Dota broadcast, like gaming without the. Yeah, I heard that. I think Yaku was theorizing that. That's so weird. These Dota commentators. Shaking my head. I'll try and get used to it. For now, Reaper dips in. Up. Oh! Does almost get a drone, force the Spore Crawler. Oh, does he get the? He got the drone. Oh my god! Gumiho, calm down. Did snipe the drone just as the Spore was cancelled. Did get a snipe off. So a very nice start here from Gumiho. Gets a drone. As we mentioned, again, there is no third base. There is no expansion, as Shin is contained and denied the third. Behind this, Gumiho following up with the third Rex. Ooh, very aggressive follow-up out of Gumiho. Link speed is almost done. Lings are amassing for Shin. Shin will soon break out. And again, will he be able to get the surround off? It's still running behind this though. Been taking a lot of hits. Third base is attempted. Link speed finishing up in 3 seconds. The drone! Another drone is gonna fall. Yeah, another big pickup here for Gumiho. Reapers will get away. Third base now being taken. Behind this, it is that 3-Rax follow-up into, I imagine, a 4th Rax as well, into borderline 2-base all-in. Okay. 3-Rax into a factory. But this is going to be very aggressive, very bio-heavy. That's a big delay on the third CC. Very committed. Very committed from Gumiho. Reapers trying to find a way in. Shin keeping up. Has the Reapers contained. They're trapped, Bobby. They're trapped. He has to try to make a break for it. Oh, but the Lings are in position. KDA charge gets her. Oh, the Jukes! Oh my god! Gumiho! He slips away. The Reapers. They're quick boys. I say that, but they will get surrounded. 2 Reapers will be going down. And the other 2 will barely escape. So Gumiho just trading as efficiently as possible with those Reapers. Meanwhile, across the map, Stim is almost done. Marines are amassing. Shin still just droning up, trying to establish that third. Looking to establish a whole third base. You gotta shout black hole occasionally to be a Dota commentator. Oh no. I've had this conversation before. I think I was having like a conversation with like a... No, yeah, it was the Dota commentator. I was like, mate, what do? Do you just like yell Asu like randomly? And like, yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. You're gonna yell first blood, Asu, and then that's it. You're good. Good to go. Team kill? I don't know what they say. I don't know. Same thing. Oh god. Unfortunately, I've not played Dota in years. I think the last time I played Dota was like 2013. It's been a long time. Been a long time. Jeez, that's over 10 years ago. My god. Not like this. As we spoke earlier, typically when Shin goes up against 2x Reaper, we do often see all-in responses, and what do we see? We see a lack of saturation. 46 drones all Shin has. Roach Warren is done. Roaches are amassing Lings as well, and Shin is going for the surround. But Stim is done. Stim is done. Shin trying to lock this down, but alas, Solid Star stepping here out of Gumiho. Gumiho shuts down the Lings. Roaches do get some hits off though. Forcing back Gumiho. And nice and Chi-Chi. Oh no. It's all the same. It's all as we do see once again, yeah, Gumiho snowballing out of control. He just shuts down every single roach to Lings as well without banelings, without any support. GG gets called. Gumiho, he breaks through and will take game number 1. GG. Shin, I don't think he was quite expecting how committed Gumiho was going to be. It looks like Shin was waiting for a 2-on-1. As we saw, it was a 3-1-1 setup from Gumiho, so that many more Marines, that much more committed, and Gumiho was just able to have his way with the Ling Roach. Again, just outscaling Shin, overwhelming, and takes the first game. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. And with that, Gumiho does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. We'll see how we settle in. We'll see if we can get an ace match, and if Shin can bounce back. I want to believe. I want to believe he can. Time to come back and let Ash and me catch. Nah, I'm good. The one moment that I did get into for a while during the alpha was Here's the Storm. Here's the Storm was a lot of fun. Like playing a bunch of pre-mades with like a team of 5 and you know, playing Zerg units or the SC2 heroes. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Reached legend for whatever that is with the number 1 rank thingy back in the alpha. Didn't play much more than that though. Well, I guess alpha/beta. But here we go. We're getting into the next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player representing Gaiman Gladiators. Gaiman Gladiator? The Gladiators. It is Shin. Let's go. Remember, I stopped playing heroes around the time they introduced... I stopped playing heroes before Probius came in. I think around the same time that the Lost Vikings were released. Whenever that was. I think around then. I think that's when around the time I stopped. Whenever that was, like 2014, Well, now though, we're settling in. It's going to be a hatch pool opener this time out of Shin. Interesting. Hatch pool. And this time Gumiho just going for a Rax expand. No crazy 2x Reaper, no aggressive start here. I mean, Gumiho already has a lead. It's just going to settle into a more standard opener for the time being. It's Shin going for a bit of a safer. Oh, I said safer, going gasless even. Let's go. No gas being taken. It is going to be a hatch pool hatch opener. Let's go. Or was it pool hatch? No, it was hatch pool. Yeah. So we do have a gasless build here by Shin. Very greedy, very economic. It's a way to skip Ling speed and to get into Roach production in the mid game. And we'll see if Shin can get away with it. We'll see if Gumiho can punish him. Now, the downside, of course, for this kind of build, this kind of opener, is that you don't have speed links to defend. What does that mean? That means that Hellion dives and Hellion aggression can punish you quite hard. But because of the way that Post-Youth is constructed, because the main base is protected by a very narrow ramp, it doesn't take much to actually wall off, and protect yourself from Hellion run-bys. So that is why these gaseous builds are seen on maps like Post-Youth, on maps like Golden Aura, a lot more frequently. And Amphion as well. That's the other one. So these are maps where you can cut corners and be greedy in such a way. Behind this, Gumiho going 3cc. Third CC behind this. Into his orange starport. So just a standard economic opener here out of Gumiho. Reapers do dip in. They go for the main base mineral line. Ooh, he did go up to 2 Reapers. And will... Oh, almost get a drone. Almost, but not quite. Yeah, Queens, they stutter in. They shut down one of those Reapers. The other will get a full scouts. And Gumiho confirms lack of gases. Doesn't get much else, though. He will get away. We'll get out. We'll get away. Didn't realize they had a probe hero. Yeah, you could cannon rush in heroes. That's what killed the game, Kappa. What a probe hero. That was after my time, though. Oh, good. Gumiho almost gets the drone. He's gonna be shut down. Behind this is that Roach Warren again, as we did mention, with a gaseous opener, usually leads into Roaches, as Link speed is just skipped entirely. We might embrace Link speed later on in a longer game state as we get into Link Bane Roach Ravager. For now, though, just Roach Ravager. Gumiho building up. Get into his Banshee production. Hellions have arrived. They attempt a dive. And the third base is not really saturated too much, so not many drones to kill. Does get one. Just the one worker. Heads towards the main. But the slow links are ready for this. And Shin does defend. We mentioned, even with slow links, like, this is how defendable this position is. How fortifiable. And Gumiho still doesn't get much done. He needs to, though. And will actually, some of these drones will line up. Okay, this is the damage we were hoping for. 4 drones go down for 1 Hellion. A much better trade this time for Gumiho. Meanwhile, across the map, Overlord scouts, Overlord confirms, Cloak Banshee. Spores are being thrown down as we speak. Shin getting ready for the Cloak Banshees. Behind this, third base getting up and running. And we're just calming things down and settling in. I never got into League. I mean, kinda did, kinda. League was one of those things that you would do, like, in the city. Like, in between classes at uni. You'd go to the PC cafes, you go to the PC bugs. You hear random swearing everywhere. Oh my god, it's a drone daylight, oh my god! The barbecue, the Korean barbecue. 15 workers go down, and we mentioned that you are vulnerable to these Hellion run-bys. Gumiho, he committed to the dive, and he gets 21 drone kills in total. Shin is in trouble. Shin is in trouble. That is some critical damage. Bearing in mind, the Hellions, they get outscaled as the game goes on. Hellions, they don't really have much of a purpose, not anymore. It's all about the Marines and the tanks. So a very valuable trade here for Gumiho. Oh, and Shin has to resaturate. Now behind in workers and getting into Spire tech. Bold move. I mean, so far unscattered. The Spire is unscattered. This can blindside Gumiho. I say it can because here come the Banshees. And if the Banshees, they make their way into the main, then it is very likely they will come across that Spire. For now, though, going for the gases. They will demise some gas mining here. 5, 6 drones going down, and both Banshees survive. Oh my god. On 5 HP. One more shot. Banshees do make it out. There is still no scout, so Shin can still get some damage done with this. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have Marines, we have Stim, of course, but no turrets. Turrets are not ready, not yet. No reason to throw them down. As Mutas are actually amassing. Okay, Shin. Okay, there we go. I was waiting for the moment, but Shin, he does pull the trigger. It is going to be 9 Mutas. They do find the Banshee. Banshee does fall, but Gumiho is now fully aware of what's going on. He is rotating, repositioning. Can he catch the Mutas? Oh no! The Sim! Oh my god, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3! He gets far too much. Oh, the Mutas, they get completely shut down. Not like this. Oh my god. The Mutas. 4 Mutas left. That was 5 Mutas falling. There were 9 in total. Now we're down to 4. Turrets are done. Oh, another Muta falls. Down to 3. And this has not been worth it. This has not been worth it here for Shin. I mean, the mineral line got roasted. The mineral line is still not yet fully saturated, as he had to, of course, prioritize the gold minerals instead to catch up. Now 6 Mutas falling. And now here comes the move out. Here it comes. That's potentially the killing blow. I want to believe that Shin can hold, but has so little to work with. Has to rely on these piles. We'll buy some time. Piles don't quite connect. Gumiho, he threads the needle. Simming on forward. Threatening the bases. Tanks gaining ground behind this. The creep is receding. And Shin is up against the wall. Trying desperately to hold on. If he can get on top of those tanks, if you get close enough to buy them down, that's a big if though. It's Gumiho taking it slow. Clearing up more creep, making sure he does not get surrounded, or at least he avoids that as best he can. Meanwhile, here comes the flank. Yeah, the army does come in. Massive tank volleys going off. Oh, and Shin doesn't have enough. He just does not have enough. The Roach Ravager is crumbling before the line of tanks. Some of the piles will connect, but Gumiho is snowballing out of control. He sims on forward, gets some of the Ravagers, breaks on through on top of the gold base as well. And Shin, he just doesn't really have much left to work with. It was just such a brutal start, losing a mineral line across the map. There's an attempted Muta harass. Only 1 Muta left. The Mutas were shut down, the mineral line as well. It's going to be 12 workers falling. It looks like a Shin will barely force back the army, though. He's surviving. But is he really living? Shin does barely hold, but GG gets called. Yeah, the writing was on the wall, and Gumiho will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Gumiho as it'll take the series 2-0. Very dominant performance here out of Gumiho, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Game 1, Shin misreading the game state. Remember, Shin most likely did assume it was a 2-1-1. It was caught with his pants down. And here in game number 2, Shin going for a gaseous opener, which is greedy. It is greedy. It is risky. He took that risk and he was punished for it. Gumiho, he roasted up that mineral line real quick and did punish Shin for his build of choice. The Mutas were a bit of a Hail Mary play. As we saw, the Mutas... we don't have to talk about the Mutas. It's fine, Papi. It's fine. Congratulations, Gumiho will advance on into the semifinals, where he's waiting for the winner of Dark and Rex. Here we go. Dark and Rex, I think, are about to start their ZVZ. So I'm torn. We could try and jump into Dark and Rex. That leads into Gumiho. That will be a banger of a series. But again, I don't want to tread on people's toes. So we might otherwise wait. We could wait for some of the lower matches instead. We'll see. We shall see. But for the time being, we're calming things down. We're getting ready for our next matchup. And again, Gumiho is the first player to advance on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's catch up. Here we go. We have Dark. We have Dark versus Rex in the upper half of the brackets. They're going to be facing off in that ZVZ, and I have confirmation they are currently 0-0. They're currently 0-0, and we will be jumping into that momentarily when it goes up against Gumiho. Scrolling down, we have Beyond versus Mana, and we have Classic versus Creator. All these series are currently in the middle of their series, of course. They're in the middle of their matches. For now, we'll set up. We'll set up for Dark versus Rex. It's all good. Okay, ready for the ZVZ. God. Instinctively, I started typing Dragon Kaiser Gaming for Dark. It's been far too long. Far too long. Here we go. We are going to be jumping in. And predictions in the chat will soon be open. Oh. Yeah, we're getting there. Predictions will soon be open. Also, I didn't know, but apparently TKL is also casting. I believe casting in French. Do love to see it. Shout out to TKL. Also covering these matches, and here we go. We're jumping into Oceanborn. Also a big shout to Thriving G. Big shout to Thriving GG. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Buenos dias. Good morning. Happy good morning. Hope you had a beautiful morning with the StarCraft ladder. And I hope the smudge was minimal. As welcome everyone. Welcome to the WardiTV Mondays #1. This is your replacement ESL Open Cup Asia for the off season. Here we go. We've been hosting a lot of events here to replace the otherwise, you know, off-season now ESL Open Cups. When it comes to the Today's Tutorial Tussle, when it comes to this, the WardiTVs, whether it comes to the Orsasaurus Cups, we've all stepped it up in our own way to kind of fill the void that the ESL did leave. We're all over it, Pappy. We got you, Pappy. We got you. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talent Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. Not even smoging? Oh my, did you even ladder? Is it really laddering if there's no smoge? Oh my god. Thriving. That's crazy. GG. Sounds like a good one. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day, Pappy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Just catching up. That game was so not safe for work. It was very not safe for Zerg. Yes, yes. If you're a Zerg player, if you just tuned in, I recommend maybe avoiding the VODs. We just casted Shin versus Gumiho. It was a wild one, and you might want to, yeah, just be careful with those, with the VODs. Just be careful watching them, man. Be careful. Oh no. But now that we're settling in, of course, ZVZ, unwinnable. It is known. It is known. We have seen Rex pop off and bring Dark down in the past. Can he do it again? Can he pull it off again here? For the time being, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener from both players. So far, we have mirrored builds for the time being, but we'll see where the first deviation does occur. Here we go. We go. For now, we're just going to be joining up. We have Rex taking the third base. So far, not playing two base Roach. Likewise, I'm sure Dark is not too far behind him when it comes to his own third base timing. I say that the third is yet to be taken. Dark is still mining gas and is looking to wall off, I imagine. Okay, so we have a very different setup here, very different follow-up. We have Rex playing standard, going for a third hatchery, getting into his own Bailey nest, getting into Ling Bane. Meanwhile, Dark should be staying on two bases. And there it is. He's walling up. He's walling up. He's walling off on two bases instead. And this is a way for Dark to skip Ling Bane. But that is Ling Speed on the way. Now, traditionally, if you play 2 base, you skip link speed, because you're being as efficient as possible, you're getting into roaches. The fact that Dark is still making link speed means link flood. It is going to be a full-on link flood here out of Dark, and we'll see if he can catch Rex off guard. Now, Rex does have a Bailiness, but does he cancel? He sees the lack of Bailiness of his opponent. Will he cancel? Does he let it finish? It finishes. Whew. It does finish. Bailings are going to be morphed in defensively, and Rex should be okay with the power of the Bailing. Here comes a link flood. Dark does flood across the map. The Overlord does confirm. Bailings should be on the way, but the Bailings are a little bit late. And Dark, can he bring down the third? Can he knock down the third base and get even more damage from there? Ooh, does get eyes on the Bailings. Goes for the hatchery. Third base gets surrounded. Bailings have morphed in, and we have to make them count. Bailings are whirling on in towards that third. Dark will pull away. Another misconnection so far, and it looks like the hatchery. Is it going to go down? It's getting close. And reinforcements have arrived. Rex, he's barely forcing Dark back, and he barely does save the expansion. It's so low. It's so close. But Rex holds. Rex does hold on behind this Dark, still stuck on 2 bases. He has lost map control. Dark is in a bit of trouble. He's working towards roaches, but Rex will have quite an economic lead. Oh, as Dark does threaten another run by. He wants that expansion. He wants it, Pappy. He wants the base. Buying some time, forcing Rex to turn back around. Rex is squeezing out a couple of workers, but where's the Roach Warren? Oh. No Roach Warren yet for Rex. Still stuck on lane main. Meanwhile, Dark is amassing roaches as we speak and getting ready for an all-in. It is going to be +1 carapace. Should be Link Ravager. Rex confirms. Still, there is no expansion. And Dark is getting ready for his own run-by as well. Dark is taking his third. We'll have that extra lava to work with. Rex saturating his base. Again, has that economic advantage. Ooh, Bailing gets baited out. And Dark is pushing. Dark is threatening a move at himself. It was only threatening though. He's droning. So Dark, he's droning up. The game is going to be settling down. Dark investing into further upgrades. Rex still maintains that economic lead. It's still a very tentative situation. Like, the space is still so low. Like, at any moment it can be sniped. So I'm very concerned for the hatchery. Very concerned. Also, my apologies. Predictions. I got you. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. I know the predictions are late. It was an intense game start, man. It was intense. Best of luck with the Gamba. As Dark does threaten to move up, but Rex, he has plenty to defend. Getting some of the roaches. But Dark does have the roach lead. Despite that, he's being forced back. The Lings are crumbling. Rexy gets us around. He does catch Dark just barely. And a massive pickoff. Dark getting shot down. And Rex, he has to keep going. He has so much momentum on his side. Send it, Pappy. Send it. Rex, he's doing it. Dark, the opener of the initial Ling Flood, did fail. The Roach follow-up failed as well. And Dark, he has no economy behind this. No saturation at the third. Dark bringing forward his queens. But Rex is breaking through. Yeah, Ling reinforcements on the way as well. Roaches are falling. GG gets called, and Rex, he takes game number 1. Let's go. GG. Rex, the underdog himself, takes the lead. Takes the lead in the series. One more game and Rex will advance on to the semifinals. Again, Dark did take a big risk early on. If you remember, Dark was going for a Ling Flood. Now, the way that this works and the reason why that Ling Flood typically does actually catch the opponent off guard is if you have one player playing 2-base Roach, and if they're able to fool your opponent into believing that it is 2-base Roach, and I guess it was in the end, Rex, typically to be efficient, would cancel his own Bailey Nest. If the Bailey Nest was cancelled, then Rex would be that much more in danger, and most likely would have lost the expansion. Rex played it safe. It was inefficient in a way to allow that Bailey Nest to finish, just because it's not as useful getting into Roach versus Roach. Played it safe, was worth it in the end, and did manage to catch Dark off guard with Bailings to defend, did save his expansion, did snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. Rex takes the lead, and we'll see if Dark can bounce back. I'm sure he can. You know, I'm hoping for an ace match, but we'll see. We'll see where the series does take us. Let's go. Catching up. Babby, is Dark going to the military soon? Do you know when? From our understanding, Dark is going to the military soon. We don't know when. We don't know the exact details, but should be going at some point. So we need Dark while we need to embrace Dark while we can. Need all the Dark. Here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The favorite player to make a deep run in this tournament, but he is down in the series representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Taiwan, leading the series 1-0. Unamas, one more game is all he needs to make it to the semifinals. It is Rex. And Rex is going for a 15-15. Bit of a safer opener here from Rex, and typically a 15-15 will be leading into 2-base Roach. We'll be leading into a wall off here on top of the ramp into 2-base play. Now, just like the previous game that we saw from Dark, Rex could still invest into Link Speed and go into a Link Flood. That is still a viable option here. Otherwise, Rex should be skipping Link Speed, walling up, and going into 2-base play. That can lead into Roaches, can lead into 2-base Roach all-in, can lead into 2-base Roach into a third, or even 2-base Muta. There are going to be options here for Rex. It's going to be on Dark to get a read on what's going on. Meanwhile, Dark going for a standard opener, Hatch, Gas, Pool. So the roles have been reversed, essentially, where Dark is playing standard, and it's Rex is doing something different. Now, the reason why I do bring up, and I do mention that Link Speed is usually, skipped and usually delayed, and we don't really embrace it, is because this gas is late. Because of the build of choice from Rex, the gas is far later. Dark is already mining gas, so Rex is going to be behind in Ling Wars and Link Bane aggression, which is why we should be seeing a wall off. And we'll see where the initial gas is going to be spent. For now, we're settling in. Dark should be the first to expand and take a third because of the standard opener. Overlord is dipping in. And for the time being, we are going to be joining up. Dark, of course, investing into Link Speed as he did go for a standard opener. Link Speed is on the way. We'll keep an eye on his third base timing. Likewise, Rex has his first 100 gas, and as you can see, is not investing in Link Speed. So Rex, he is going to be walling off, and he is not looking to try to catch his opponent off guard with a Link Flood. He's going into Lair. So fast Lair tech here by Rex. This can lead into, again, we mentioned a 2-base all-in with Roach Speed, can lead into a Nidus-based all-in. It can lead into 2-base Muta if all 4 gases are taken. That is also possible. Our eyes are on Rex. Back at home, Dark taking his third, as we mentioned, into a Bailey Nest. Dark, upon realizing what's going on, he should cancel the Bailey Nest, as we did mention, just because there's no real need for it. But we'll see how Dark does piece it all together. After what just happened in the last game, Dark might think that it's going to be a Link Flood because he just did it to his opponent, so he might keep the Bailey Nest. We'll see how Dark responds. As is initially going for the Scout. As we can see, though, Rex is fully walled off. Queens are in position. Dark does pull away. And Dark will let it finish. Okay, so Dark playing it safe. Does let it finish, and we have the answer. Gases. Gases are on the way. The Spire has been thrown down. 2-base Muta is on the horizon for Rex. You don't often see this. You don't often see 2-base Muta, but this is a way to go about 2-base play, and we'll see if Rex can get away with it. We'll see if Dark can get a read on what's going on. So far, again, Dark just joining up, going for his own Roach Warren, taking his own gases, going to his own lair. And it's on Dark to try to get a read on what's happening, whether it's Roach play, whether it's 2-base Muta, whether it's a Nidus all-in. It's on Dark to piece together. The lair is done, and there's nothing researching. +1 range just began, but the lack of researching Roach Warren is a little bit suspect. Ah, there we go. Now it's on the way. Dark does spot all the upgrades. Dark is aware. And Dark is amassing his own roaches, actually. Okay. Curious. I mean, Rex is going to be vulnerable, but here we go. The mutas are now on the horizon. Dark amassing more roaches. Dark might be primed to counterattack just as the mutas hit the field. We'll see if he can. As it's going to be 7 mutas. Their goal should be to just shut down all the overlords. More roaches are amassing. +1 range on the way. Which means Dark, he's not going for a move out anytime soon. He's waiting for upgrades. And that means these mutas, they reveal themselves. And Dark, he wasn't droning. Yeah, Dark, he's behind in workers. He made a bunch of roaches that he's not making use of. Mutas have arrived. Going for the queens. Queens taking a lot of hits. Oh, they will hold their own. And Rex has to be careful. It's a delicate dance. Does pivot away. Ooh, going for the queens. Does get one. One queen does go down. Going for the overlords as well. Across the map, Rex, he's expanding. Ooh, will bleed out one of those mutas. Less than ideal. You want Dark going into Hydras. Oh, not losing another queen though. And Rex, he's doubling down on muta production. Rex, he cancelled his upgrades. No roach speed, no +1 range, getting to +1 melee instead, and going mass muta. Now, mass muta can be quite oppressive in a way. Basically, it's on Rex to contain Dark. To contain Dark on 3 bases, and to catch up in the economy. But the Hydra Den is now done. Hydra's now on the way. Dark has been buying a lot of time with these queens. Clutch transfused, but the first queen goes down. Oh, but still trading out with mutas. Second queen falls. That was 3 queens. Sorry, 3 mutas for 1 queen. 2 queens even. I just woke up. Apologies. An interesting trade. I mean, I do want to favor Dark here, trading minerals for gas, bearing in mind that Dark is now amassing Hydras. Gas is now being taken as well. And Dark hasn't really sustained any major economic damage. His mineral lines have been kept safe and sound for the time being. I say for the time being because here come the mutas. Mutas are still being active. The Roach army is spotted. They're keeping the mutas at bay. Lings, they attempt to run by it, but the Roaches are back in time. Yeah, Lings, they don't get much. They, get a queen. Not much more than that. Rex still building up. Behind this has a comparable economy. Getting into Lingbane. Now, Dark should be working towards Lurker Tech. I say that. There's still no infestation pits. So Dark, he's playing with Roach Hydra. Okay. Bold move. He's embracing Roach Hydra instead. A much more aggressive stance here by Dark, moving out across the map. He is spotted. Rex going for the counterattack. Ooh, does think about it. Turns back around. He's going for the Hydras. Yeah, the Hydras are exposed, and they're going to be going down. Without Hydras, no anti-air. The mutas, they reign supreme. And these Roaches are going to be hunted down. They have to counterattack. They have to get whatever damage they can get. They have to trade. Roaches making their way towards the main. Queen is in position. Mutas will clean this up. The Roaches are split off though. They hit the third. The third and the fourth. The drones are going down. Behind this, Dark amassing more Hydras on a 3-base economy. And so far doing well. Does get the base. Gets the fourth. Fourth hatchery falls. It's a very successful attack here for Dark. And the Roaches, they come back in. They come back. They hit the third base once again. Will be cleaned up, but it means that Dark is safe at home. Gets 7 drone kills. Dark remaxing with Hydra. +2 range on the way. Additional Hydras. Isn't even worrying with lurkers. The Mutant Cloud is still quite terrifying and quite threatening. Oh, and these are slow Banes. Bane's speed is not even halfway done. Aye, aye, aye. If Baneling Speed was ready, then maybe Rex would break through. Without it, now the Dark should be okay. Fourth base is denied. There's a hefty Hydra count. The Banelings, no! The slow Banes! The slow Banes are going to be shut down. They're kiting out of Dark. He does pull away. The stutter step micro. Oh, and this is, yeah, not a fight that Rex can take. Has to pull back, leading out a lot of muters. Baneling Speed just now finishing, but it might just be too late. Again, the win condition for Rex is not to kill the roaches, but to kill the hydras. If you can kill every single hydra, then he'll deal with everything else with the muters. Got me spotted. Link main massing up. Rex getting ready for a surround, but oh! Muters are spotted. Dark pushing in, the muters are out of position. Yeah, the muters are zoned away. They're necessary here for the roaches. Oof. And trading banelings for roaches, not ideal. The hydras are moving out. And again, that was Ling Bane that was necessary for the hydras. And more muters going down. The splits, Bappy! The spread! Dark off of creep, splitting against the banelings. The banelings, they do nothing. They do 0 damage. The splits, Pappy. He's crazy. Basically beyond. As he started stepping forward, and shutting down the hydras, or shutting down the muters, I should say, shutting down the lings. The hydras are snowballing out of control. And Dark has done a GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, Rex, unfortunately, he did overextend just before that fight, throwing away a lot of those slow banelings before Baneling Speed had completed, and as a result, he was vulnerable. Likewise, he was out of position, was unable to, zone away the roaches, was stuck behind the hydras. The muters just couldn't engage. GG. GG, well played. Oh. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. We are getting into game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see where this series does take us. As we're going to be loading into Alkione. Let's go. Let us go. I keep forgetting to activate my VPN. I really need to. I apologize for some of the stuttering that you've been seeing during the games. We'll get on that, but here we go. We're getting into our ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talent Esports, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for the 12-11, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. Don't often see 12-11s. He's crazy. Let's go. One way or another, the game is about to end. It is a full-on all-in here from Rex. Rushing into the gases, prioritizing Link speed, of course. And Dark is going for a hatch gas pull. Standard opener out of Dark. We'll see if he can react, respond, and defend in time. Things are about to get wild. Oh boy. The aggression is real. And it has been quite a close series so far. Spawning pool is done. Links are on the way. Link speed soon to be embraced. There's that Link speed. Now, bearing in mind that Rex is still, of course, mining gas, that's going to be for banelings. That's going to be all or nothing for Rex. As lings are flooding across the map. Now, Dark is relying on these overlords, and so far he hasn't seen much. But it looks like he barely does not spot the lings. Does miss the lings for the time being. He only saw one overlord. Lings are moving out. And Dark will now confirm. Yeah, is now aware of the rush. Dark is gonna have to drone drill as best he can. Lings have arrived. So far, Dark abandoning the natural. Natural's buying time. Baneling Nest on the way. And Dark is securing himself on the high ground. There we go. Spine Crawler in the mineral line. Spine Crawler on the edge of the main. The natural base will fall, but that doesn't matter. Rex does have an expansion, but no drones. Rex is on 11 workers. No! Okay, Dark pulls the boys. He's gonna try and fight on low ground. Banelings are on the way, and the Banelings, they will morph in. Again, Rex does want Dark to expose himself, but Spine Crawlers are almost done. Dark just has to buy time. Queen does pop out. Ooh, gets surrounded. Banelings up! Ooh, they don't quite crash in. No major connections. Rex, being very patient, does pull them away. Does spot the Spine Crawler, though. No! Waste the Baneling. One of the Banelings is wasted. There's one Baneling left. Natural base falls, but Dark is still ahead. He still has a full mining base, and Rex is still on 11 drones. Like, Rex is completely all in. Does engage Baneling. Oh! Massive connection! Yeah, massive connection here from Rex. He goes to the Queen as well. The Queen will fall, or at least it should. Yeah, just barely. Rex pulling away. But this is still not enough damage. Rex still needs more. Creeper's receding. Spine Crawler is going to be bleeding out some HP. More Banelings. Rex now droning up, but now we can't drone from here. No way. Rex is so far behind. But he is droning. Rex trying to catch up. Dark getting to his own link speed and Banelings. Now Rex is gonna slowly catch up in workers. That is true. Rex does have a natural base, but I'm just worried about the counterattack. Like, soon Dark will be able to break out and break free. Rex once again going for the natural. Oh, going for the Queen even. The Queen is exposed. Nice pick off. The Queen is going to go down. Ooh, even the Spine Crawler as well. But now it's time for Dark to be active. It's now time for Dark to move out across the map. Lings are on the way. Banelings are morphing in. Dark has now caught up in tech. Rex has drawn up quite a bit. Spine Crawler does reposition. Dark going to be scouting. Dark, he's droning. Okay. He's droning up, staying back at home. Rex is going to be the aggressor instead. Oh! Rex doesn't want to waste those Banelings. Oh my god. Oh no! Dark! Oh, the first Baneling does go off a little bit premature. Not like this. And Rex, he busts into the main. Ooh. Likewise, while the Baneling goes off. Not ideal. Dark, he does run away. He does protect that Queen a little bit longer. Yeah, this thing run by doesn't get much done. Will be cleaned up. This could have been so much worse. As Dark does hold. Again, it's been a very intense game. It's been very intense. And as the dust settles, Rex finds himself with a slight drone lead. He has caught up. I'm impressed. Has caught up. But Morkers did trade well enough with sniping Queens earlier, of course. Forcing back Overlords and is now taking a third. Rex is settling into a more standard game state. Whew, okay. Okay, papi. We're settling in. We're calming things down. Macro game, papi. Macro. Despite all the chaos that was ensuing, we're macroing it up. Dark getting ready for his own counterattack. His Lings will be distracting on the right-hand side, and these Banelings, their goal is to waddle into the mineral line. See if he can. How the turns have tabled. Oh my god! Baneling doesn't quite connect. Almost. Banelings are waddling in. Ooh, but they are going to be denied. It's getting very chaotic here, but nice target firing with the Queens. Rex will hold. He shuts down the Ling Bane. Protects the mineral line. Again, very good use of the Queens. Very tense moment. Rex does still have a lead. Still up in workers. That's the Bailey's on the way. Oh. Dark getting ready. Rex pulling back. Rex embracing the lair into roaches, into an Evo chamber. Dark has yet to embrace his own lair. Still hasn't been thrown down. Interesting. And Rex is getting ahead in tech. I does spot the Bailey. Oh my god, they're about to finish. Aye. Bailey's do finish up. One of them will get sniped. So will the other. Bailey's going in. Looks like we did have a good connection. And 9lings went down. But Dark, he spots roaches. He's forced to pull back. Still no lair for Dark. Still on hashtag. And there we go. Lair just now begins as roach speed begins for Rex. So Dark is going to be stuck at home. He's harassing with Ling main, that is true, but Rex from here can drone. He can drone, he can saturate. He can get further ahead in the economy. I do want to give the Rex the edge. Does have the edge, getting to +1. Slightly faster upgrades, just slightly, but this, because of the layer being done already, +2 can be begun immediately here for Rex. Can take a further lead. Game is calming things down. Rex building up, cutting workers at 52. 4 gases, moving out now. As Rex moves out, Dark is ready for a counterattack. He has Lings. Out there, Bailey's back at him to defend. Dark does pull the trigger. Bailey's in position. Up! Oh my god. Yeah, Lings are shut down. And Rex does have an overwhelming army. He's up 10 roaches. He has roach speed, he has +1. +1 almost done in 10 seconds here for Dark. Is catching up. Dark with the concave. Rex as well, though. Oh, yeah, he's getting on top of the army. Spine Cooler does reposition. Boys are being pulled. Lynx from behind. And Dark, can he barely hold on? It's close. It is so close. But reinforcements coming from behind. GG gets called, and Rex, he breaks on through and will take the series 2-1. Rex will make it to the semifinals. GG. Oh, my god. A very intense game state. Rex starting off with a 12-11, was able to barely get enough damage, was able to get queen kills, was able to get ahead economically as well, and even get ahead tech-wise. It was a very, very intense start of the game, and Rex did come out ahead. With that, maintained his lead. Snowballed it to a win. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rex, with the... yeah, with the upset. I mean, Dark was favored to go for a deep run here, but this is not the first time that Dark has fallen to Rex. Rex has defeated Dark before. We have been there to cast him. We've been there to bear witness in ESL of Kabeja. And Rex, he does it again. GG. Well played, Bobby. Well played. Well played. Oh. And it looks like, are we... jumping in? Oh, I guess so. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, are we casting both semis? Okay. Okay. We're good. I didn't realize, but apparently both semifinals will be casted. Both semis will be casted, and we are jumping right into Beyond versus Classic. The lower half of the bracket was underway. Was already taking place, and we have updates. We have Beyond taking down Mana, we have Classic taking down Creator in a best of 3, went all the way to the ace match, and I had very little time to prepare. I wasn't ready, Papi, I wasn't ready. Here we go. We are jumping into the semifinals, and if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. I just need a moment to set up the players, set up the teams, to get everything going. Make sure that the predictions were paid out. Beautiful. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. Byun has been on fire, has been winning everything recently, and we'll see if he can be stopped. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And if you're in the chats, I got you, Papi. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Byun has been on fire. Byun, he was last night's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. He was this morning's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. And Byun was also this weekend's KSL champion. Byun has been cleaning house. Byun has been competing in every single weekly tournament in KSL, STC, TTT, and the WardiTV Monday as well. Byun has been an animal. He's been on that grind. He's been winning everything. And will Byun win another weekly? Oh boy, still too early to say. We're still in the semifinals, but you know, Byun, he wants that paycheck, Papi. He's cleaning house. Let's go. But now, economic opener. Rax expand out of Byun. Back at home, we have Classic going for a gate expand, or sorry, gate cyber expand even. Standard openers all around, or I should say economic opener out of Byun, standard opener out of Classic. Let's go. I'm just going to be setting up the other match as well, but both semifinals will be covered, don't you worry. We got you. And these will be best of threes. Meanwhile, Classic going into a Forge opener. This is not seen too often. Okay. It's going to be a Forge opener here from Classic. With that rushing into +1, this should be leading into fast +2. This can lead into a Colossus-based opener with a +2 timing. Meanwhile, Byun, 3CC, 3 racks. Very fast 3CC has been thrown down, and Byun should be throwing down additional racks behind this. Very greedy play from the Terran player. Very greedy. And I'm concerned for Classic. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure this is designed to go for a +2 timing. We'll see if we rush into like charge, for example. We could be working towards a +1 charge all-in. That's also a viable option for a Classic. If it is not an all-in, I'm concerned just because of how greedy Byun is being. And if Byun gets away with this, he will snowball out of control in the mid-game. Like a Terran player that's able to get away with this kind of build can just skyrocket out of control. It's crazy. Meanwhile, Robo. It looks like +1 into Colossus into +2. That's what this looks like for the time being. We'll see if that's the case. Twilight Council has been thrown down. We'll see if this is for Templar Archives or for Charge, or both. I'm curious to see where Classic does take us. And the upgrades are going to be quite on point. Reaper goes for dives, gets eyes on the Robo, on the Twilight Council, and the Forge as well. Byun sees everything. He sees all, he knows all. Oh boy. And we spoke about it earlier. Again, 3CC 3 racks. Byun building up a bio-based army with Marines, with Stim. Knows to invest into Marauders now. And is this for the Temple Archives? No, it's for Blink. Okay, it's going to be +1 in Blink for the time being. Interesting. We have a 2-gate setup though, so Classic should be expanding with this. Like, this is not really the most aggressive start. Yeah. Third base is on the way, so this is going to be a +2 timing, as we assumed it was. Meanwhile, a shout out of Mark! Monsieur Slappy. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Papi, bienvenidos. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session or just stream in general. Hope you had a great time. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the WardiTV Monday #1. Many tournament organizers like ourselves, like Wardy, Steadfast, Chicken Man, all of us have all risen to the challenge, and we've all been hosting our own replacement tournaments. And this is the replacement tournament for ESL Open Cup Asia. The ESL Open Cups may have come to an end, or they might be on hiatus. but that doesn't stop the community from coming together. So a big shout out to Wardy, big shout out to all the community members that have come forward to start their own events. It's been amazing, it's been beautiful, it's been a lot of fun. So thank you so much for the raid. When it comes to the European replacement event, that is going to be hosted by Steadfast/Calaris/Rotterdam in a couple of hours. I believe there should be a EU replacement tournament tonight. So don't you worry. If you're from the European region, if you want to play some StarCraft, then they got you covered. They got you covered with the... Is it called the KSR? The KFC? They got you covered. Oh, the KFC. Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier that with the Fast Forge into +1, looks like +2 with Colossus. There's the Bay, getting ready for Colossus production. Classic is being active and will attempt to delay the third, but again, Beyond is still building up and will soon take that third base. Marauders are amassing as well. And Beyond will soon break out, break free, and expand. As Beyond is going for the double drop on the right-hand side. Stalker's dipping in. Oh, they can threaten a dive into the main. No bunker, no tanks, no nothing in the main. Classic, he can go for it. But now chipping away at the CC. Beyond does respond. Classic doesn't commit. Not yet. And Beyond is getting away with his drop. Okay. There you go. Classic now diving into the main. Somewhat is going to be forced out, and Beyond will drop in the main base. Likewise, going for the tech, going for the forge. No. We rush into +1 attack, but +1 armor is denied. Not just +1 armor, charge as well. Twilight Council will fall. Not just that, Beyond once more. Going for the Stalkers. Going for the cannon, going for the mineral line. 2 probes go down. Classic races back home. And Beyond, he has gone away with his build. He shuts down, he denies the additional upgrades. Takes his third base. And Beyond is looking solid. Aye. Beyond is secure, has an economic lead. Classic trying to be active with those Stalkers. Colossus production has begun. But Beyond with the surround, oh my god! Comes in for the flank, shuts down the Stalkers from every single angle as well. Some brutal losses for Classic at the same time. Classic does drop into the natural. A bit of a desperation move here from Classic. We'll get some SCVs. 3, 4 SCVs going down. That is some economic damage, but the Prism is so low. And it will up, not escape. Oh, brutal pickoff, and now Beyond, there's nothing to stop him, nothing to slow him down. He can move out across the map. He can move out, and what is there at home? +1 charge lots, and 1 Colossus. Oh boy. I mean, the force fields are going to be solid. The force fields can buy time, can slice up the army. Beyond has a supply lead. Force fields will catch 2 Marauders, not bad. Oh, there's some big tank shots going off. And the tank foes are insane once again. Nice force fields, but Beyond the hot pickup. He saves the boys. Saves the Marines, saves the Marauders, pulls back, overcharges popped. But that tank is getting so much value in the back line, so many shots going off. And now a second tank has arrived, Vikings as well. The Colossus cannot engage, and the overcharge is about to run out. Because of the overcharge, Classic was able to buy time, but now it has run out. Yeah, Beyond baiting the army into tank fire, into tank range. Colossus under fire, Colossus goes down, GG gets called, and Beyond will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god, a very intense game 1, a very peculiar one as well. It was an interesting build at a Classic rushing into the earlier upgrades, and we saw that Beyond was vulnerable to a blink dive into the main, but Classic, he didn't really feel confident, he didn't go for it, he was being a little bit more tentative. As a result, Beyond got away with that double drop. Double drop across the map, got so much damage, so much value, denying the upgrades, denying charge, denying +1 armor, and forcing Classic back home. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Oh. GG, well played. We are getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match to get the most out of these 2 players. But we'll see. The pressure is now on Classic. The pressure is on. It's catching up in the chat. Here we go. So there's someone asking for a link. Kira's got you in the chat. Got you. The KSR. There you go. As sporting in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player. The Blue Terran leading the series 1-0. And one game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Byun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down in this series, up against the wall. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Pressure is on. It is Classic. And again, Byun has been on a tear. He's been winning every weekly over the past couple of days. The KSL, the TTT, the STC, and now the WTM. Is that what it's called? What's the acronym? WTV. There you go. The WardiTV Monday. The WardiTV Monday as well. He wants it, man. He wants it. Wants all the cash prize money. Byun has been putting in the hours, putting in the work. Now, is Byun crazy enough to stay up and actually play in the European Weekly? I mean, there is going to be a big disadvantage to that, in the sense that he most likely won't be able to wake up for the Ursasaurus Cup, so Byun will most likely skip out on the KSR, but should be there in the morning for the Ursasaurus Cup instead. For those that are unfamiliar, the Ursasaurus Cup is the replacement for the NA Weekly. Oh, and last week we were the replacement for the NA Weekly, but we have since rescheduled our event to accommodate. There's too many weeklies, so our event is now on Sundays instead of Mondays. So our weekly was yesterday, and the Ursasaurus is in how many hours? Like 10 hours? Something like that? It's coming. I have to check the calendar. As Byun once again going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand. Sorry, 11 hours. In 11 hours and 18 minutes. It's going to be the Ursasaurus Cup. There you go. Oh, that means I can sleep in a little bit. Let's go. A little bit later. Same build, by the way. Byun once again going 3CC, 3CC into 3-Ax, the same build that Byun went for in the last game. And across the map, Classic, he does adjust, is going for a Stargate opener instead. Interesting. Now, I am a little bit concerned here for Classic. We've seen this dynamic before. Basically, with the Stargate opener, you have Phoenixes to harass, of course, to try to gain map control, and they will be able to gain map control, but harassing the mineral lines when we have a bio-heavy composition is going to be difficult. On top of that, the third base won't be harassed because by the time Phoenixes move out, the third CC is already going to be done. So there's a lot of pressure on Classic to gain value here with these Phoenixes. We'll see if he can. See if he can. As the first Phoenix is out, second Phoenix on the way. Byun has yet to scout. He hasn't seen anything this game. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout. The Reaper was zoned away. And Byun is trying to get some scouting information. Looking for a way in. Classic is on the patrol. Making sure that Byun is denied. Oh! Does go for a dive. Does bypass the Stalker. Getting into the main. Scout some of the tech, and we'll get eyes on the Stargate. Byun knows. Byun is ready. Back at home setting up. Turrets are already being thrown down. Turret in the main. And we should be seeing a turret at the natural as well. So Byun is securing himself. The Phoenixes have yet to really build up and get much damage. Not yet. Interestingly enough, okay, supply block. I was going to say that Classic stopped Phoenix production, but there was a bit of a supply block. And behind this, Classic is going into a Robo, into a Bay, into Colossus. So it's going to be Phoenix Colossus here from Classic. But I'm still concerned that these Phoenixes won't get much done. Won't get enough done. As Marines are in position, Phoenixes are zoned away. Again, with turrets, with Marines, these Phoenixes, there isn't really a way in. Now, on the one hand, yes, Classic has map control so he can take a third, and he can work towards Colossus. True. And by the time Byun moves out, instead of there being one Colossus, there should be at least two. So the Colossus count is going to get higher a lot faster this time for Classic, as opposed to game one. But to counteract that, Byun is going to have a lot of bio as well. Marines, Marauders are all building up. Classic will find an SCV. We'll find 2 even. Not bad. 2 SCVs, 2 Marines. Yeah, Beyond out of position, and Classic does find damage. Very nicely done. It was imperative here for Classic to find a way in. Gets 5 SCVs. Gets the hell out. So a very strong start for Classic. That should not have happened. There should not have been a weak point here in the defense of Beyond. So another SCV goes down. Colossus are building up. And Classic is still in this. He is in this as Beyond now takes a third. Taking advantage of his economy. And Beyond will soon move out. I say soon, he's still waiting for his upgrades. Waiting for Concussive Shell, Combat Shields, 1-1. The Medivacs, of course. And it is still only 4 Phoenixes. Okay, so a very low Phoenix count here for Classic. Focusing on that ground army. Not just Colossus, but units to support the Colossus. Charge, +1. Stalkers, Zealots, anything and everything here to keep Classic safe. You know, Phoenixes, they catch a Marauder, they catch another as well. So again, not bad. 2 Marauders. Very high value pickoffs. Getting damage done on the Medivacs as well. Beyond having a hard time moving out. And forces him away. And Beyond does retreat. Likewise, dropping international, but all the pieces are here, and a massive shutdown. We get one, we get both Medivacs. And Classic, he shuts down Beyond. Beyond bleeding out a lot of his bio already. I'm afraid to look, but that was 5 Marines, 5 Marauders, 2 Medivacs. Yeah, brutal losses there for Beyond. Beyond has to retreat, and now has to tech up. Third base getting saturated, Ghost Academy on the way, Widowmites as well. We are entering a longer game state. Now, Beyond still has the economic lead because of the insanely fast third, that is true. But Classic is catching up with that fourth. Classic is recovering, thanks to the initial trades as well. Getting to +2, Blink, second Robo, ready for Disruptors or Immortals. Either or. Both viable. Phoenixes, once again, they do find another SCV. And we have our answer. It's not going to be Immortal, it's going to be Disruptor production for Classic. Disruptors are amassing. Young going for the Mule Hammer. Rotating over. Classic threading a drop into the main. Phoenix is trying to find out another way in. Run into the main army. So far, Beyond defending well. Shuts down the Zealots. Drop is denied. But as Beyond is contained on 3 bases, the Disruptor count is getting higher and higher. Yeah, more Disruptors on the way. Still anyone's game. Beyond getting to a second starport. With this kind of setup, he could start working towards Liberators and a Fusion Core. Once he got a 4th. Speaking of, 4th base is now being floated over. But for now, it is just going to be a Bio Ghost Viking. Beyond going to be relying on those EMPs. The 4th base is now being taken. Boys setting up. Likewise, Classic expanding, taking a 5th. Or double expanding even. Getting a 5th and a 6th base as well. There's that Fusion Core that we mentioned. Fusion Core into Liberator range. Into Lib production. Beyond is almost there. But Classic is also moving out. He is spotted by the scan. Prism dips in. Oh, the Prism goes down. But Zelce do get dropped into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. And the fusion core is delayed. Not bad. Bjorn is racing back home. With that liberate range going to be delayed as well. Disruptor's getting ready. Bjorn does get the scan off. There's going to be 7 disruptors. Never goes up. Up. Ooh, some decent connections. Ember orders and a ghost goes down. Massive pick off. At the same time, Zealots do hit the planetary. Planetary does hold its own. Liberator range now on the way. Classic does force his way up the ramp. Bjorn getting caught out. Nova's going off once again. Decent connections. There's only a couple of Novas left, but they connect with Marauders. Classic has to back off. That's a lot of buy, a lot of Marauders stemming in. Classic buying time. The Zealots do reinforce. 1 Colossus went down. But that's a lot of, oh my god, that's a lot of Zealots. And there's no EMP. Yeah, there is no EMP. The Ghost went down earlier. Nice start stepping so far. Yun kiting well. Shaving off a lot of Zealots. Avoiding the Nova. Getting another Disruptor. Oh my god, but there's no mines behind this. The Zealots, they just don't stop. The Sea of Zealots, they just keep going. And Classic is breaking through. He's overwhelming Bjorn. No EMPs, no Widow Mines. Novas, oh, they take down Marauders. And we're getting into the mineral lines. The SCVs are going down. Another massive warp in. The Zealots, they just, oh, they denied. A big denial, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Vikings forced to land. Liberators will hold the line just barely. That's 23 SCV kills. The economy of Bjorn is crippled. Again, if that warping had completed, that could have been game. Then and there. Speaking of, the warping still does get underway. More disruptors have arrived. And Bjorn, he's up against the wall. Letting out far too many SCVs. 3-3 is almost done. Again, the purification Novas earlier were insane. Clearing up every single ghost. Ghosts have been rebuilt, but it doesn't matter. It's too little too late at this point. Classic is already remaxed. Just overwhelming Bjorn. Rotating towards the left. Not quite getting the CC. Okay, going for the orbital. Oh, barely will not get it though. He survives. But again, Classic, I do think he does, or he can afford to just avoid the base, avoid the planetary, just go for the kill. Nice CMP on the disruptors. Yeah, it's going off though. And starting back the army. Oh my god. No major connections, but the ghosts are exposed. They go down one after the other once again. The Nova doing a bit of friendly fire more than anything there. Bjorn is holding. Impressive. But once again, he lost all the ghosts. In that defense, Bjorn lost every single ghost. And once again, the third base has been broken. They'll take it into the mineral line. Bjorn getting zoned away. Oof. Massive connection. GG gets called, and Classic will take game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Classic just being able to overwhelm. Bjorn had some incredible Novas as well, and honestly had a really solid start getting into the mid-game. Was able to make the Phoenixes pay for themselves, was able to shut down the drop play early on. Bjorn, he stumbled his way into the mid-game instead. Was shut down. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. And this could still go either way. Getting ready for that final game. As a reminder, the upper semifinals is going to be Rex versus Gumiho in a ZVT. Alright, jumping in. And here we go. The final game is going to be on Alcyone. It shouldn't be a surprise. One of the more standard maps of the map pool, very macro-oriented. We could see a longer game, or we could see some more aggression here. We'll see, as Bjorn is going for a 3cc build every game so far. And does that trend continue? We'll find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Classic. Good. As Bjorn starts off with a fake proxy Rax. Bit of a cheeky start here by Bjorn, not uncommon to hide the Rax further back in the main, even at the natural location, or at either third base location as well. So even though this is a cheeky start, even though Bjorn is hoping for an overreaction, Classic should be checking this location at some point. We'll see when he does though. You can see initially checking the main. So first things first, he checks further back in the main base, looking for the Rax. From here, he should be checking the natural, and then one of the two third base locations as well. Or even just staying in the main, actually. Okay. There we go, just double checking, ensuring there is no Rax. Back at home, initial Zealots on the way. So Bjorn is already doing some indirect damage. I say that, the Zealot is cancelled actually. Okay, Classic calling Bjorn's bluff. Spots the factory, knows it's not committed. He is aware it is not committed here. So Classic is going to be safe and sound. And the game will progress. The game will progress from here. This is also a much more aggressive start for Bjorn. It was double gas into a faster factory. Does mean that Bjorn this time won't be going for as greedy of an opener as he did go for in Game 1 and Game 2. We'll see exactly how aggressive Bjorn plans on being. Moving out with the Reaper, dipping into the main. Stalk is in position. Scout is denied. And a Classic once again 2 games in a row going for the Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener for Classic. Should be into Phoenixes once again, getting map control. This can be Phoenix into Colossus or Phoenix into Charge. We'll see what direction Classic does go in. As the Reaper Scout once again is shut down. Behind this, Bjorn going for a 1-1-1. Tech Lab is on the way. This could be for an add-on swap into Banshees. We could see a Tech Lab being made here on the starport as well. We'll see where Bjorn takes this. Okay, yeah, there's the add-on swap. Okay, we're going for the add-on swap. This should be for Banshee production into tanks as well. This has been very trendy as of late. Yep, we got Tech Lab on that factory. And there's the initial Banshee. If you've been watching TVP over the past couple of months, ever since DreamHack Dallas, this has been very, very trendy amongst the Korean Terrans and subsequently the European Terrans as well. Has been all the craze, for good reason. Can be very difficult to deal with. The Phoenixes are spotted though. And these Banshees can very easily be shut down. Classic can get a read on where they are. Can shut down the Banshees. Classic dipping in. Going for the main. But last tank production was delayed, forced to make Cyclones because of the Phoenixes. And yeah, Bjorn has to deviate. He has to deviate away, forced to make Cyclones. Bjorn is moving out though, being very active, trying to catch out the Phoenixes. Very proactive even. does take the Zelnaga. Third CC on location. Beyond being quite greedy. Banshee force back. Phoenix is coming in. Beyond will catch one of them. Ooh, does try to. Gets a couple of shots off. Close. Calm down. But the game will progress from here. Beyond clearly just building up towards a longer game state. The Banshees were deflected. They haven't been killed, but they also haven't dealt any damage yet. So Beyond holding on to them. Hoping to catch Classic off guard. Classic back at home, expanding. Building up more Phoenixes. Immortal production has begun, just to be safe. And this should lead into a Bane to Colossus. Who has Beyond killed one of his own Marines? Get this. Calm down, Beyond. But the Phoenixes were spotted. The Phoenixes are out of position, and that means it's go time for the Banshees. They head into the main base. Two Banshees can one-shot probes. They can, and they will. Oh my god, just like that. 4 or 5 probes going down. Phoenixes are across the map. They go for the mineral line. No turrets. Oh, Beyond being greedy. SCVs are also falling, but the Banshees are getting so much more damage. 12, 13, 14 probe kills. How many do they end up with? Up! Oh my god, 16. 16 probes go down. Meanwhile, across the map, Phoenixes are still just parked over the base. And Beyond focusing on the harass. Does lose 7 SCVs, but that was a better trade for Beyond. Was a better initial trade. Phoenix is moving out. Turret just now being thrown down. Can Beyond defend that mineral line? As that is, what, 6 Phoenixes? Patching reinforcements, going for the medevacs. Oh my god. Gets a mule. Gets a mule, dives into main. No turrets! No shot. Beyond getting caught with his pants down. Yeah, 6, 7 SCVs falling. Beyond not ready to the main. Cutting corners, getting punished for it. And it's all or nothing. Beyond, he just rallies across the map. Doesn't care. Not anymore. As he's sending everything, it's going to be 2 tanks, 2 cyclones, mass marine. Stim is about to finish. But the upgrades are still a ways away. And the move out is spotted. Classic getting ready. Does have 1 Colossus. Beyond doesn't commit. He's looking for the Phoenixes. Doesn't quite find them. And Beyond is calming down, rebuilding those SCVs. Unfortunately, we're missing a rally here at the 3rd. Yeah, I mean, messy from both sides. 2 Phoenixes get caught out. Beyond not mining efficiently here at the 3rd base. There we go. Now does notice. Getting into his own ghost production. 1-1 finishing up, getting into 2-2. It's been an intense game. Been very intense. Still no turrets. I mean, there's a turret further back, I should say. Getting another 5, 6 SCVs. Not like this. 6 more SCVs go down. The Phoenixes are out of energy. They just go for a scout. Instead, Beyond jumping into the natural does force a recall. At the same time, hits the 3rd. The Prism. Oh my god. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Overcharge gets popped. Classic barely holding on. Yeah, being pulled apart. But it looks like he should be able to hold. Defends the natural, defends the 3rd. Classic is all over this. And Beyond not able to break the defenses of Classic. And clutch overcharge, clutch recall. Classic pulls away, races back home, getting a 4th. And Beyond is yet to start his own 4th CC. It's just been a very chaotic game. A lot of damage being done on both sides. Now Beyond has 3 ghosts, 3 EMPs. We have to make them count. Rocks are being knocked down. Classic has potential for a surround. Beyond rotate towards the right-hand side. Ooh, and Classic does barely spot some of the army. But there's no recall. But Classic, do we commit to the base trade? We have to. We have to commit. Nexus goes down. Classic moving out. No, he's racing back home. Classic comes back. Lost the 4th. And Beyond, from here, he can just back off. I say that he might commit to a fight. Nice EMP. EMP connects. Beyond pulling away. Spotting Classic. Yeah, Classic going for his own counterattack, catching reinforcements. At least trying to. But Classic might get surrounded here. Yeah, Classic in an awkward position. Here comes a surround! Classic with only half his army. 2 Colossus getting caught out. There's no way out of this. The army sims in. Classic getting caught out. Not like this. Saves 1 Colossus, saves both. Oh my god, the juggling. Spoke too soon. 1 Colossus does fall. Yeah, who surrounds who as Classic has to back off and to take a lot of losses there. Lost his 4th base, Colossus, sentries, most of his gateway army. And now Beyond takes a massive lead. Another big EMP. Beyond, he can snowball out of control from here. Another EMP on the Archons. The Archons, they melt. Overcharge gets popped. Beyond, he respects the overcharge. They'll counterattack across the map. Ooh, there are only a handful of reinforcements. Oh, the mine shots. And the mine shots are going to be enough. Beyond defends. Beyond cleans up. I can focus on this main push. 3-3 is almost done. 3-3 is on the way. And Beyond just has to calm things down, play it safe, getting a 4th. Planetary's on the way. Still Rambe being set up, but alas, the Planetary should be done. I say that the Zealots, they have arrived. Let's force back the main army. Beyond turns back around. SCVs are falling. Beyond, he wants to commit. The Zealots will be cleaned up. He's moving out. Knows he has momentum. Gets another big EMP. Once again, the Archons do fall. The Disruptor as well. And Beyond, he just has too much. He shuts down the Archons, the Colossus, the Disruptors. Everything just crumbles. Reinforcements are on the way. Beyond, he will just overwhelm. GG gets called, and Beyond will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. Mate, we're going to have a lot to talk about when it comes to the podcast and wrapping up the weekly tournaments. It's going to be like, okay, so Beyond, he won this. He won this. He won... It's winning everything. It's crazy. I say that GG, well played. Beyond has advanced onto the grand finals. My condolences to Classic. I mean, that was a very chaotic game 3. There were moments, good moments for both players, when Beyond was bleeding out a lot of SCVs. Likewise, Classic was building up towards Colossus, towards Disruptors, but he was pulled apart. The winning move for Beyond was, of course, when he was able to counterattack across the map, when Classic was out of position, and Beyond was able to get a kill on the 4th base, and also catch out the main army in the center of the map as well. In a way, just out-positioning Classic. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Beyond does take the series, and we are now getting ready for the upper semifinals. It's going to be a best of 3 between Gumiho and Rex. You heard me right there. We had Rex versus Dark earlier on the channel, and Rex pulled off a crazy upset. He brought Dark down in a ZVZ, and that means that the unlikeliest of heroes is in the semis. Rex is there to represent the Zerg race. And can he go further? It was already an amazing performance bringing down Dark. Rex is now in the money. Top 4 do get paid out. But can he go further? Can he go further? As up next, Gumiho versus Rex is going to be on the channel. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up. I believe vetoes are underway. Once they're done, we can jump into our ZVT. And again, Bjorn is just waiting in those grand finals. But we might just go on a short break here. It looks like our players need some time to get their vetoes underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have that semifinals followed by the grand finals. 2 series left. 2 series to go. We are nearing the end of the event, of the tournament. And again, we'll see if Bjorn will win another online tournament, or will he be denied by either of these 2 players. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we return with the upper bracket semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday #1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Here we go. We are going to be setting up, and we are settling in. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is, I believe. Oh, did I pay out the predictions? I hope I did. Let me just double check. But it should be time to Gamba as soon as there we go. It's going to be a 2-Rax Reaper opener here out of Gumiho. We saw this earlier against Shin, where Gumiho did go 2-Rax Reaper into a 3rd Rax into essentially a 2-base all-in, where Gumiho snowballed out of control and did catch Shin with his pants down. We'll see if he goes for something similar this time. As if you're in the chats, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets. Get your gamba going. Get your gamba going. Best of luck in the chats. I mean, Rex, he already made some people out there quite rich in those channel points with that upset over Dark. Can do it again. Ooh, this is quite different though. Rex going for a hatch pool opener. Okay. Interesting. Rex going for... He's going gasless. Ooh, bold move on this map. Very bold move by Rex. He's opening up gasless. Meanwhile, Gumiho is opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Now, on the one hand, Rex, he should be able to hold on to that third. But on the other hand, the follow-up is going to be quite brutal. Now, with this gasless opener out of Rex, this should be leading into Roach play. Should be leading initially with Queens and some slow links to defend into Roach play later on down the line. Which is also why I'm concerned, especially if Gumiho does double down into a 2-base all-in. For now though, does move out. Reaper gets across the map, going for the drones, going for the middle line. First worker does take a lot of hits. But alas, Rex will keep them safe and sound. Quick spore trick there from Rex. Does hold the line. Sapphire is keeping up. And will lose one of those Lings. The Reaper will get away just in time. Second Reaper in the main, or in the natural. Quite get a drone. So far, Lings does get one worker in the natural. Very nice damage from Gumiho, bearing in mind that this was designed to be a more greedy build. 2 drones go down! And 2 workers do fall. Third base under fire. And it is the same build. Gumiho is going for a 3rd Rax. Now again, if you were here earlier for the Shin series, you would know that Gumiho went 2-Rax Reaper into a 3-1-1. And he snowballed out of control and overwhelmed Shin, as Shin assumed it was a 2-on-1 instead. Shin was not ready for the sheer amount of fire. As Gumiho is going to be that much more aggressive, getting 4 drone kills already. These Reapers are getting so much done, even catching more Lings. And remember, these are slow Lings. There is no Ling speed, there's no gas, there's no way to get Ling speed. Oh, so Gumiho is just having his way with Rex, getting another drone. Another drone goes down, Reapers into the main, Lings are in position. Oof. And finally, 1 Reaper goes down. Finally, Gumiho is forced out, but this was merely phase 1. This was step 1 here. A multi-step plan. Here we go. There's that 3rd Rax. There's the follow-up factory into the singular eBay into +1. And this stim timing that Gumiho is working towards is going to hit like a truck. Oh boy. Does hit very hard. Now, as Rex is attempting to stabilize, Rex is going into his gases and going for the Roach Warren. As we mentioned, a gasless opener leads into Roach play. Does mean that we are going to be lacking Ling speed. And relying on Roach Ravager in the mid-game. As Rex is going to be supply blocked. What did Rex see in the main, by the way? He saw the 3rd Rax. Okay. Big scout for Rex. He does see the 3rd Rax, which means he knows that there is no 3rd CC. That's another 3 drone kills across the map. Gumiho is popping off. Already doing just so much with so little with these Reapers. Now, Rex has a piece of the puzzle. I mean, he saw the additional production, he saw the lack of 3rd CC, so he should recognize that aggression is coming his way, but just because he knows what's... Not after taking so many drone kills, or drone losses. As Rex is attempting to stabilize. Gumiho moving out. Has plenty of Marines. Do have Ling speed on the way to help support. Roach is into Lings. But Gumiho is getting ready to move out. He's waiting for the medevacs. Stim is done. +1 is seconds away from finishing as well. A very crisp +1 timing here from Gumiho. And remember, there is no 3rd base. There is no 3rd CC behind this. It's very committed from the Terran. This does need to get damage. Blood goes down. Rex getting supply blocked. Oh, no, not quite. Let's break out of it. Is going Roachling. No Ravagers yet. First couple of Ravagers are on the way. Gumiho holding onto that stim. It is pushing forward. Again, the Roaches are exposed. They just in. Okay, Roaches are going down. Piles don't quite connect. Lings they flood in, but without Banelings, the Lings they melt. And Gumiho, he can break through. Will avoid the plows, is going to be forced back. Did trade well against the Lynx, but the Road Ravager barely holds. Rex, he survives. He's still in this. Does survive the first wave. Double drop into the main. Gumiho not yet done. Taking out some tumors. Throwing up more Lynx. Oh my god. Files they connect with the Medivac even. But Gumiho goes for the dive. He wants the Ravagers. He does not get them. Rex does defend once again. He's holding quite nicely. Droning up behind this third season location, but this is a late third base for Gumiho. He needs more damage. He was hoping to end the game with that move out, and he almost did. The Ravagers were done just in time. And again, Rex did scout. He did see the lack of third. So he cut works at 50. Building up Link Bane. Going for the tank. Oh, will bleed out some Ravagers though. This is not the cleanest of trades here for Rex. Yeah, losing every single Ravager. Roaches as well. Did get the tank, but that was a costly trade for the Zerg. Oof. Yeah, Gumiho is still trading more efficiently. And the scary thing here is that Gumiho now takes a worker lead. Plus mules. And it's getting even on bases. There is no fourth expansion for Rex. Rex may have survived early on, but he is falling a little bit behind here. Lair is halfway done. Ravagers on the way. Liberated towards that natural. Rex slowly pushing. Sorry, Gumiho slowly pushing forward. Rex trying to get ready. Falling behind an army supply, which is a terrifying thought with Roach Ravager. As it is inflated supply. Yeah, big tank boys going off. The Marines, they kite back. Oof. The tank boys continue. The Queens are caught out. First Queen does fall. Second Queen as well. Barely does survive. Nicely done here from Rex. At the same time, Liberator going him and gets 10 drone kills of the natural. Oh my god. 12. 12 drones go down. Rex does snipe one of the tanks, but it's still just not enough. Barely not as Gumiho. He's overwhelming. Still no fourth expansion. Just now finishing. And Rex just cannot sustain these losses. Not anymore. He was holding his own for a time, but GG gets called as Rex runs out of steam, and Gumiho takes game number 1. GG. Gumiho does take the first game. Again, he wasn't able to quite end the game with the initial 3-1-1, but was able to get a lead nonetheless, was able to trade well, and was able to contain Rex on 3 bases. Rex just could not expand, could not break out, and I just couldn't keep up with the aggression of Gumiho. The aggression, the macro, the economy, the everything. With that, GG. GG well played. Gumiho takes the lead, but now we're getting ready for game number 2. One of those. Have our lobby. Game 2 is going to be on Site Delta. Let's go. We're loading into Site Delta here. And I'm hoping that Rex can bounce back. I'm hoping. I mean, so far it has been Gumiho dictating the pace of the game, but we'll see what kind of opener Gumiho goes for this time. You know, it doesn't have to go 2x Reaper, can embrace other builds, especially on a much larger map like Site Delta. I imagine Gumiho is going to be going in a different direction. Here we go. As the lobby has been made and we are loading it. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, representing Offside Esports, down in the series. But can he bring it back? Once again, he took down Dark earlier. Can he bring down his next opponent? Can he bring down Gumiho? It is Rex. Let's go. Let us go. As this time, Gumiho is going for a much more standard opener. We have the Rex on the high ground. No 2-Rex Reaper, not this time. See, chat. Do you read chat, Papi? See, Papi, see. Of course, we are here in the semifinals, and after this series will be the grand finals. The grand finals thereafter. Rex going gas first. Let's go. Okay, it's now time for Rex to be the aggressor. He's going gas into the pool, into hatchery, a much more assertive start from the Zerg player, and this will most likely lead into a roach rush. Most likely, as gas is being prioritized and the initial lings are on the way. There it is. There's that roach war. So Rex is being hyper aggressive. We'll see if he can catch Gumiho off guard. Gumiho going for a standard opener, going for the Rex expand. Reaper's moving out for a scout. No SCV scout though from Gumiho, as Rex is going to be skirting around the edge of the map to avoid the main SCV scouting pattern. As we can see, the Reaper's moving out, and so far the Overlord will spot the Reaper. Rexy knows. He spots the Reaper. He commits. He's going for the natural. He's going for the CC. Meanwhile, will the Reaper scout the Roach Warren? That's the important part, as the CC is going to be delayed. Reaper dips in. Gets eyes on the mineral line. Going for the drones. Lings have arrived. Busting into the main. 3 CC. He's crazy. Oh my god. Gumiho being too greedy. 3 CC before factory. He's lost his mind. The Reapers are racing back home. The Roaches are on the way. Gumiho, no factory. No, only 1 Rax. That's all he has. 1 Marine at a time. Oh my god, and Rex he sees. He knows. He's rallying everything across the map. Aye, aye, aye. I've seen greedy builds like this on, what was the previous map pool? Not Gressman. You know the map. The one with the, like, pocket gold base. It was wild. But here on site Delta, Gumiho, he's crazy. CC's almost done, that is true. And Rex, oh, is supply blocked. It's like a 35 out of 36. Roach Ravager has arrived. Rex, he has to reinforce, but his reinforcements are late. It's only 2 Ravagers. Finally, he's broken out of the supply block, and now he's droning. If there was no supply, if there were links coming up behind this, and I do think that Rex could have killed Gumiho, but now there's just not enough. No, sure, Gumiho. Oh, okay, the bunker does fall, but the Ravagers are low. And this is insane greed that Gumiho is getting away with. He shuts down the Ravagers. One of them falls, the other as well. Gumiho will clean this up. Aye, aye, aye. And this Roach Ravager opener just hasn't achieved much here for Rex. Not at all. Setting him behind. Gumiho gets away with the 3rd CC. Oh my god, he's muling so hard. Aye, aye, aye. Again, if this was an all-in variation for Rex, then I would have favored him just because there's no the Cyclone is so late, the tank as well, any reinforcements. If Rex had committed, there was potential, but it was just initial Roach opener into a 3rd base, and the 3rd is delayed. Overlord goes down, and Rex gets supply blocked. Oh, everything's going south here for Rex. Not like this. The gas finishes. The gas geyser finishes as well. It's all falling apart. Not like this. Rex will try to stabilize, getting into Ling speed and getting into, I imagine, Lair Tech and Roaches, but the problem is, Gumiho, he's up on bases. Straight up. We're in a game state where the Terran is up on bases, up on economy against the Zerg. This early on is wild. And Rex has to go for an all-in. There we go. Roaches are on the way. Link speed as well. There's no other way about this. Rex won't be able to macro out. And there is still potential for Rex. There is still potential. He hides the roaches. Keeps them hidden. Gumiho's in the dark. Again, only Lings are revealed to the Cyclone. Roaches are moving out, and this is it. This is Rex's moment. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a wall, we have a bunker full of Marines. Banshee, no, the Banshee runs into the army. Gumiho, he scouts, he confirms, he denies the Ravager. Oh. Just a rough start to the all-in for Rex. We'll bleed out roaches. The rest of the army does rotate towards the left-hand side. Rex is still all in. I say that, he starts to drone. Rex, he throws down the lair, he starts to drone. Rex did invest so heavily into this Ling Roach Ravager army, he needs to get some kind of damage here, some kind of value. Does push forward, the bunker will fall. Not bad, we're busting in! Okay, the army is breaking through, SCVs are going down. We're getting some damage, but we still need more. 18 SCVs, not bad. 18 SCVs! Despite the scouts, Rex, he breaks through. He breaks through to the natural base. 25 SCVs go down. Gumiho will hold the main, but this is the damage that Rex was looking for. 26 worker kills. Very nicely done. Rex, we're back in this. Oh my god. Things were looking bleak. I was concerned that Gumiho would have sniffed out the all-in that was coming, but Rex did keep most of his army hidden. Gumiho was a little bit late to reinforce. And now Rex suddenly has double the worker count. Suddenly Rex, he is ahead in the economy. Gumiho going for a counterattack. We're in a very chaotic game state. Rex has zero. He's droning. He has no army, no Lings, no roaches. He has nothing. No, Rex. He has queens. Rex has 4 queens, 64 drones, and nothing else. Oh no, Rex, he was too greedy. The army sims in, roaches are on the way, but Rex gets caught with his pants down and nothing to defend. Nothing here. Roaches are popping out, but into the army, into Marines. Oh no. Yeah, Rex droning a little bit too hard in the aftermath of getting all that economic damage. We'll lose the third, and we'll be contained to 2 bases. The pendulum swings from one player back to the other once again. And it looks like Gumiho has done it. He's getting on top of the roaches, the ravages, the queens. It's all being cleaned up. Once again, pulling back to the tank. And catching that final ravager. He wants it. Ooh, barely gets it as well. Even the overseer towards the end. And now Rex is stuck on 2 bases, does save most of his workers. Meanwhile, Gumiho muling on 3. Again, Rex had 0 army supply, had only queens for that counterattack. Was unfortunate, and as Rex tries to catch out this tank, he's out of position, and his new would-be third is under fire. Gumiho has arrived, he spots the expansion, is where the roaches, and this base will not get up and running. Gumiho has arrived, sims in, gets the mineral line. GG gets called, and Gumiho will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. Oh my god. The hell did we just watch? That was a very chaotic game, very back and forth. Rex had his own moments as well. It was a wild start for Gumiho. You can even see here, when it comes to the army supplies, Rex is the red line, as you can imagine. Rex with the initial Roach Ravager move outs, which didn't get much done, with the follow-up all-in, which did cripple the economy, but again, he had nothing behind it. He had nothing to defend, and Gumiho did bring it back. It was just a wild game. The graph says it all. just all over the place. Crazy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gumiho will advance on to the grand finals, and we have our 2 finalists. It's going to be a TVT between Bjorn and Gumiho. Let's go. is going to be that Terran versus Terran. And it is going to be a best of 5 grand finals. Here we go. Bjorn versus Gumiho. I do think that both these players are quite comparable in skill in TVT. Do I favor Gumiho even? Gumiho is a bit of a TVT specialist, but Bjorn is also very unique in TVT as well. Bjorn is very active, very aggressive, very marine heavy as well. Does often skip out on Vikings, does often skip out on tanks, and relies on the mass marine composition, which can work quite nicely, or it could also fall in its face. It's very risky. Very risky way to play TVT. Gumiho usually takes a slower approach, does sometimes embrace mech. We could see some mech versus bio. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this. Regardless, vetoes are underway. And we'll be getting into those predictions once we have our map. Once we have our matchup. Until then, our players do need some time. Come on, Gumi, take him to McDonald's. Oh no. Oh no. We can go somewhere better than that. It's we don't have to. We don't have to go there, Pappy, but it's possible. Gumiho can mech it up against Bjorn. For now, though, we are going to be going on a very short break. Shouldn't be too long. Going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have those grand finals. And again, a big shout out to Wardy for making this event happen. A shout out to Wardy as well for allowing us to cast. Wardy did open it up to the community. So we are going to be casting. We have TKL casting in French as well. It's great to see that's... yeah, you know, all of these new weeklies are coming to full fruition. It's also really cool to see that because this weekly is based on the Americas server initially, we had some more European signups, more than usual. We rarely get European players in ESL Open Cup Asia because, you know, it does favor the Korean server and it is earlier on in the day. This weekly, though, was pushed back a little bit further instead. It was a bit of a later broadcast, which is slightly better for European players as they're able to wake up in time. And likewise, the server rule set is a little bit more favored towards the European players as well. So, yeah, we got some nice European representation. We were able to see players like, Jimmy wasn't able to play necessarily, but able to see Mana compete alongside Moja, alongside many others. So it was really cool to see more European players than we're used to seeing in this tournament. More than we're used to. As it looks like the vetoes are done and we're jumping into the grand finals. Getting ready for that first game, and it's going to be on... yet to be determined. It's going to be on Golden Aura. Let's go. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3. Will be a longer series. Here we go. We are jumping into that grand finals. And that means if you're in the chat, papi, it's Gamba time. Let's go. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and claim the tournament. We have one player in the top left who has been wreaking havoc in the online tournament scene over the past couple of days. And can he claim another win? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Let's go. Yeah, predictions are open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will claim this TVT. I think it's going to be a tough one to call. I can see an argument for both players. I would be shocked if this was a 3-0 in either direction. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an extended series. We'll see. We shall see. Sorry, just closing the door. It's all good. We're back. We're here. We are ready. Okay, would you have Rax expands, single gas opener at a Beyond, likewise single gas opener at a Gumiho. So we have a standard setup so far. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. No proxy initially, no double gas opener. Just economic for the time being. Ooh, I say that, never mind. Beyond is going for the Rax expand, but Gumiho off of a single gas, guys, are going for a Rax into factory. Very interesting. Okay. Very interesting opener here by Gumiho. You have my attention. Across the map, Beyond will have the more economic start, going for a later factory instead. See where Gumiho does take this. We'll still go for the CC on the low ground, just a later expansion. I guess a bit of a safer start here does give access to faster Hellions. And there's that first Hellion on the way. So slight variation from Gumiho. It's going to be that slight variation here. We're falling slightly behind in the economy. And is getting into his 1-1-1. I mean, that's the benefit of the faster factory, is the much faster starport, which it looks like that was the purpose of this build. Faster starport for Gumi. Hellion moving out to get a scout off as well. Again, slightly safer opener against a would-be proxy. And the Hellion will attempt to catch an SCV. And we'll get... Oh, barely not one. We'll have to back up. Does retreat. Gumiho does get out of there. Behind this, going for an add-on swap and rushing into Banshees. Okay. It's all coming together here. So a faster 1-1-1 into Banshee opener by Gumiho. Very risky. We'll see if it pays off. Back at home, Beyond opening up with... Ooh, a would-be drop. Cyclones, Marines, and Medevac is on the way for a double Cyclone drop, I imagine. And we'll see if Gumiho can slip past. Behind this, rushing to a third as well. Such a fast third TC. Gumiho taking a lot of risks. I mean, Gumiho is known for his creativity. He's known for creating his own builds and playing his own style. So, I'm ready. I'm ready to bear witness. Banshee's moving out. This also means that there's actually not much home to defend. There's one Cyclone, there's a Reaper, and one Marine. Beyond drops in. So let's get the lock on. Takes out one of the Reapers. Ooh, but is going to be forced to pick up. Two Cyclones will zone away. Reaper Hellion towards the natural. At the same time, Banshee across the map. Beyond does get an SCV. Back at home, what is there to defend? There are Marines and a Cyclone. Remember, there is no cloak. The Banshee does arrive. Gets one, gets two SCVs. Barely gets a third. The lock-on is brutal, getting a lot of damage done on the Banshee, but the Banshee does escape. Getting into the main, getting another worker. Or at least trying. Does get another. Another two SCVs go down, 5 in total. So far, no! Losing another Banshee, though. I was going to say it's been a worthwhile trade, but losing a Banshee suddenly less worth it here. Especially if this Banshee doesn't get any more damage. Meanwhile, we spoke about the potential mech. There it is. Second factory. Gumiho is going to mech it up here against Beyond, and Beyond does confirm. Jumps back in, gets eyes on the factory. Beyond is aware. And our roles are being taken here. Gumiho with the mech, Beyond with the bio tank. Third CC on the way, but Gumiho has a much faster expansion, has a much faster third. And Gumiho even going for a second starport. So 2-port Mass Viking. The pressure's on Beyond to get damage done. Is barely out of range of the tank. Gets 5 SCVs. Vikings have arrived. Bjorn has to trade. Gets a Cyclone. Cyclone and one more SCV. Meanwhile, second starboard is finished. Again, it's going to be Tank Viking for Gumiho. Scan across the map reveals the bio production. Rex is on the way. I believe Integrated Matrix was researched. And Bjorn is still embracing that third CC. Still in production. And Gumiho is the first to expand. Is the first to take the third. Like, this is the most scary thing. Like, this is Gumiho playing mech with an insanely fast third base, so the meching player will be ahead in the economy. Gumiho moving out already. Catches the Hellion. Bjorn is aware. Getting in position. Does spot the main army. Bjorn does keep up. Tanks do siege. Gumiho does have the Viking lead. Going for the Ravens. And the Ravens are getting caught out. One Raven falls, second Raven as well. Massive pickoffs. Again, that was the big advantage that Bjorn had despite being down on tanks. Could make up for that with Ravens. So very valuable pickups. One Raven does survive. Bjorn moves out, liberated towards the left-hand side. And Gumiho is still keeping Bjorn's attention in the center of the map. Bjorn rotating. Gumiho does spot this. Keeps pushing. Meanwhile, Liberator towards that natural. Vikings in position. Liberator gets 0 damage. Nice defense here by Bjorn. Bjorn keeps up, getting his third base. But Gumiho is saturated. So Gumiho, he still maintains that economic lead. Main army pulls away. Calming things down, still embracing more Tank Viking. Fusion Core on the way. Now the question becomes, yo, that's a tech lab. Are we rushing into BC? There's no other reason for the tech lab. Let's go. Gumiho. With the BC rush, I mean, there's still the reactor on the 1 starport, but the tech lab is very suspect. Scan reveals the main army. Fusion Core is now done. And show us that battle cruiser. Up, up, up. There it is. The BC's on the way. Let's go. Battle cruiser soon to be operational. Cheeky move here by Gumiho. Again, has a faster economy. 4th base. Now finishing up. Bjorn is down a base. But can Bjorn punish the greed? Gumiho threatening the Vikings, threatening the Raven. He wants it. Gumiho does have the Viking lead. Oh my god. Raven takes a lot of hits. And Bjorn isn't able to gain any ground. We'll take down a gas geyser, which is important. Gas is quite important here for the making Terran. But Gumiho taking extra gases. First BC is soon to arrive. And Gumiho should slowly be banking up these battle cruisers. As BCs, they are kind of the late game, the end game of TBT. Yamato's on the way. Double armory for double upgrades. Gumiho is going to be behind in the upgrades, but will be, in a way, ahead in tech. Bjorn is trying to catch up. Bjorn just now getting his own 4th. Again, Gumiho is fully saturated on 82 SCVs. Scan, big scan, reveals not just the fusion core, sees it researching. Does spot it researching, sees the tech lab on the starport as well. Without that tech lab, you could assume maybe it's range libs, but again, with the tech lab, Bjorn knows. And there we go, immediately 2 more starports. 2 starports get thrown down, and Viking production has begun, plus on ship weapons as well. Big reaction here by Bjorn. He knows. He knows the BCs, he's getting ready. He's switching into mass Viking. So an important scout for Bjorn. Oh, we're going to be here for a while. Let me tell you, Pappy. We have sensor towers, missile turrets. We're walling up. Walling off. We're also on Golden Aura, known for its late game. And if you're out there, you might want to put the kettle on. Order some Uber Eats. Get your food ready. We're going to be here for a while. First BC does get across the map. Nice disable. Cannot teleport away. And the BC is going to be shut down. Massive pickup here for Bjorn. Does kill the first battle cruiser. Very nice defense. Behind this, Gumiho has actually not made additional battle. Oh, no, he has one more. Never mind. He has one more BC and another on the way. So still embracing BC production. There it is. I was looking for it. Here on the right hand side. Moving out to harass. Both armies will max out. More CCs on the way. 5 command centers here for Gumiho. 3 for Bjorn. 4 even. And yeah, we're going to be embracing a more traditional form of TVT. I know that Bjorn often does go for these like big marine compositions in TVT, but against this kind of composition, against this kind of style, like Bjorn, he's kind of lost his opportunity to do that. So he has to also embrace Sky Terran. It's mass Starport, mass Viking, Raven. So it's all about the Sky Terran for both players. It's all about that air control. So Bjorn is going Viking Raven, meanwhile Gumiho is going Viking Thor instead. Switching into mass Thor production. The Thors are here. Big disables on the Thors though. And a very nice anti-arm missile as well. Bjorn does outtrade. And does go within range of the mineral line. Some workers are going down. Gumiho having a hard time engaging. And taking some brutal trades here. The Thors, they try to get into the mix, but the Vikings are falling for Gumiho. It is not a good trade and not a good fight for the blue Terran, for the red Terran. Every Viking will fall. At the same time, BC's across the map. Not doing much. That was a better trade for Bjorn. And Gumiho is still just embracing Mass Thor. Okay. Gumiho is not making any Vikings. He's just given up on the Viking battle. Yeah, 0 Vikings in production, just purely Thor. Thors, they come in for the surround. They come in for the flank. They're crazy. They shoot up and they shoot down. He's going mass Thor Widowmine. What's going on? Okay. I mean, that will trade well against Vikings, true. Meanwhile, Bjorn going into mass Marauder to combat the Thors, making 5 Marauders at a time. And we'll see how this does compare. I kind of want to favor Bjorn here, but the tanks have siege. The disables on the tanks. Yeah, the Ravens, they just pull this army apart. Vikings will land. The army sims on forward, and Bjorn cleans this up. Shuts down the tanks, the Thors, everything else. Widowmines have arrived. The random Widowmines, let's go. Mine just going up. Pretty big connections. But we still overwhelm. The army is heavily overstimmed, as battered as bruised, but Bjorn stutter steps forward, shuts down everything that's left over. And Gumiho barely has anything left. The BC does come in though. Limited anti-air. Going for the Yamato, catches a Raven, boys being pulled. And Bjorn, it looks like he has done it. He's broken through, takes down the mineral line. 18 SCVs do fall. And can Bjorn keep pushing? There's a line of 3 tanks. The Marauder army is overstimmed. So can't quite keep pushing, but medevacs are on the way. They will sustain this. And the heart of Gumiho's army, it's no longer there. Going for Desperation, Hellion run by into a planetary. Sorry, Hellbat run by into a planetary. That's just a bit of everything. Never mind. And Bjorn Marauders, they make short work of planetaries. They just cannot hold their own. Another base falls, and another. And at this point, the writing is on the wall. Bjorn scans, he's looking for another expansion, confirms there is no gold. There is no gold base. As Bjorn still does rotate. We'll bleed out some Ravens, but again, at this point, the Mass Marauder, it just cannot be dealt with. Not with Hellions, and it's Mass Hellion. Oh my god. Mass Hellion against Marauder, not like this. I mean, the splash damage, it's getting damage done, don't get me wrong. Bjorn does pull away. Again, Gumiho making whatever he can afford. Back into Tank Hellion. But the base was denied. Gumiho stuck on a 4-base economy. Bjorn rotating around. I mean, Gumiho does hold. He's holding. As Gumiho is still in this game, like he still has a comparable army size, and if he can stabilize it, if he can slow the game down, then he can bring it back. But there's no anti-air. Oh, sorry, never mind. There's a Thor. There is a Thor. Take down the Lib. Bjorn dropping into the main, and we'll get in. Gumiho stuck on the low ground, pushing up the ramp. But the Marauders, they came to the factories, came to the production, going for the starports. Starport does fall. And Gumiho's going for a counterattack. He's going for a base trade. It's all he can do. Tanks are being sent across. Marauder still came to the main. Stimming in, going for another Thor. They topple over. And Bjorn back at home goes for the Master Sable, shuts down the tanks, lands the Vikings. Does need some more DPS though. As Bjorn, he's running out of units on the ground. Gumiho breaking through. But the tanks are falling to the auto turrets. Liberation has arrived. GG gets called as Gumiho runs out of steam, and Bjorn takes game number 1. The hell did we just watch? That was a wild game. That was very unique. It took a lot of twists. It took a lot of turns. At some point, we had like a 3CC opener into like a BC rush, but only 2 BCs. We had Gumiho going into a Mass Thor Widowmine transition to combat the Vikings. Unfortunately, Bjorn was aware and he was switching into Mass Marauder. It was a wild game. It was crazy. It was actually crazy. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn takes the first game, but this is a best of 5. We have plenty more ahead of us. Plenty more to come. I saw the bracket. I'm surprised Rex managed to beat Dark. He's done it before. He's done it a couple of times, actually. Rex, he's a beast in ZVZ. He's an animal. But that wasn't upset. That wasn't upset. Gumi can make it happen. He can. He can. I believe. The question becomes, how often will Gumiho embrace mech? And even then, this was a very unique style of mech. It's not like, you know, mech is just like one way of playing the game. Like, no, like this was crazy what Gumiho was going for. Not your standard mech. And we'll see what he goes for this time. Remember, it was it was a 1-1-1 Banshee opener into mech, if you recall. It was crazy. It was oh my god. I'd almost forgotten how the game started with the Banshee. But here we go. Diving into game 2, gonna be loading into Alkione. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player from South Korea, representing Cloud9, down in the series, but looking to bounce back here and now. Tied the series. It is Gumiho. It's Proxy 2-Rex. First SCV has arrived, second SCV is on the way. Gumiho is spicing it up here and looking to bring the pressure on here and now in the early game with a Proxy 2-Rex Reaper. Let's go. And if Bjorn goes for an economic... no, never mind. I was gonna say, if Bjorn goes for an economic opener, there's gonna be a window of opportunity for Gumiho, but Bjorn, he goes double gas. Double gas opener out of Bjorn, a very safe build here by the blue Terran. What does this mean? This means faster factory, this means faster Hellion, this means delayed command center, which is ideal against something like this, against Proxy 2-Rack Reaper. So, as the builds shape up against each other, I do favor Bjorn, but Gumiho can still pull this off. It's going to be more difficult. It's going to be more intense for the rest. That's what I want to say. Not impossible. If Bjorn messes up his control, if he overextends, if he doesn't pull the boys, if he loses the first Reaper too quickly, then Gumiho can still snowball out of control. We'll see. His Reapers are on the way. Reapers are in production. Factory almost halfway done. And Bjorn, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms, he pulls away in time. And that means that Bjorn has time to pull the boys as well. To pull the SCVs to be able to maintain himself. There we go, the boys are being pulled. Because Bjorn is down a Reaper, he needs to have these SCVs to support. And so far, one SCV goes down. Hellion's on the way. Gumiho going for the Reaper, doesn't quite get it. Gets a volley off. Oh, and another! But Gumiho is being zoned back. And it looks like Gumiho, he will catch that Reaper. Reaper goes down, big pickup. Gets the Reaper, but is it too little too late? It looks like Bjorn has bought enough time, he has to control the high ground. Hellion does pop out, and Bjorn holds. Bjorn, he hasn't held yet. I mean, there's still more Reapers on the way, but things are looking better for Bjorn. Massive volley goes off. Hellion is targeted down. Hellion falls. Oh, and the Reaper survive? Wait, what? Wait. Gumiho hasn't lost anything. Okay, very nice trades out of Gumiho. Saves every single Reaper. But here comes the Cyclone. Cyclone is on the way, but Gumiho is still in this. If he can get on top of this army, if he can focus on that Hellion once again, he can break through. Yeah, the Reapers, they commit. Marine goes down. He gets one. He gets the Reaper as well. And Gumiho is getting every single unit. There's one Hellion left. The Hellion falls. Nothing remaining. GG gets called. Gumiho here the powers. And Gumiho takes game number 2. GG. Very impressive performance. Very impressive micro. Gumiho out controlling Bjorn, able to snipe the Reapers, the Marines, the Hellion as well. I was shocked to see, especially after that Hellion fight, that Gumiho did not lose a single Reaper. Very, very impressive. GG. GG, well played. We're tied up. We're going to game 3. We are going to game 3. Again, even though Bjorn was so close to holding as well, it was initially, everything was going well for him. He had his initial Hellion, he had pulled the boys, pulled away a little bit too soon. Bjorn, it looked like he thought that he was out of the woods. It looked like he thought he was safe. He was anything but, as Gumiho just committed even further. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Just like that, we're going to game 3. Here we go. Oh, he got Beyond. In a way, sure. Yeah. Did get Beyond. Beyond got out Beyond, papi. Ah. Let's go. And now we're getting into game 3. We're going to be loading into Dynasty. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Forced into a title series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean... Bjorn's doing it again. Or he's doing it to his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran being cheeky in that last game, but now it's time for the turns to be tabled. Now it's time for Gumiho to defend. I just said his name for Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And here comes the first and the second SCV. So Bjorn is going for a 2-Rack Reaper in the natural base of Gumiho. Again, it's the same build. The same build, but now the turns have tabled. Now Bjorn is going to be the aggressor, and Gumiho is going to be the defender. Oh boy. Here we go. Now the question becomes, Gumiho double gas. So this is the same setup. Gumiho is going for a double gas opener. He's going for a factory follow-up before the CC. Just like Beyond in the last game, Gumiho will have the tools to defend. But as we saw in the last game, the tools is not enough. It comes down to the execution, comes down to the micro. Does come down to the control. So Beyond will still have the opportunity to try to outmaneuver Gumiho. I will still give Gumiho the edge. As last game I give Beyond the edge. This time I give Gumiho the edge. Just because time is on his side. Reaper's on the way. Gumiho going for an SCV scout. And we'll confirm that the Rax is missing. Reapers are on the way. Gumiho does confirm. Factory's in production. And like the last game, Gumiho is going to have to pull the boys to defend. To defend and to buy time for the Hellion. Oh boy. Beyond, he's angry, he's upset. He's like, who do you think you are? You don't Beyond. Beyond's you. Oh god. As Reapers are amassing. Gumiho has the high ground, has pulled one of the boys. Beyond dives in. Marine has arrived just in time. Oh! First SCV goes down. Marine as well. Oh, but we do shut down the first Reaper. Very nice pick off here by Gumiho. He shoots first. And he pins Beyond back. Oh my god. Gumiho, he wants it. He gets it. Gets the Reaper. Gets away. Up. Does he escape? Oh, not quite. A one-to-one trade. Yeah, Gumiho, he did second guess himself earlier. But he is holding the line. Cyclones in production. CC on the high ground. Gumiho is confident. And he's defending. So far, he is holding. And Beyond is transitioning back at home. Yeah, Beyond, he lifts. He's floating back. Gumiho has defended. With the arrival of the Cyclone, there's not really much that Beyond can do. Oh, speaking of, bleeding out another Reaper. Oof. Reaper falls. Beyond is floating back. And Gumiho has the advantage. CC is halfway done. The CC has only just begun for Beyond. So Gumiho has a nice lead, has a nice edge. The Beyondings. Ah. Now I want a sausage sizzle. You just made me hungry, Pappy. As Beyond is going to be floating back. As the Cyclones are out of position, Reapers are dipping into the main. But there are Marines in position back at home. There are Marines to defend, so Gumiho should be okay. Should be safe, should be sound. We'll bleed out potentially. Oh, not even. Gonna say almost a Marine. Cyclones turning back around. They're trying to catch the Reapers. And does Beyond make it back home? And so far, he does almost avoid the Cyclones. Not quite. Yeah, the first Reaper will fall, and so will the second. It's going to be a one-way trip. Diving into the main. Marines keep up. A nice cleanup here by Gumiho. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Beyond is crazy. He's going for a third TC follow-up. I mean, this makes sense. Because Beyond is behind, how do you catch up? With greed. Beyond is cutting corners. He's rushing into a third TC. Very greedy. Can he get away with it? Gumiho's moving out. Gumiho's moving out and is looking to punish the greed of Beyond. We have a tank, we have two Cyclones, we have a Marine drop as well, a medevac full of Marines. Nice juggling. The army is spotted. Beyond pulling the boys to repair. But he's in trouble. The army has arrived. Tanks have siege, Viking goes down. And Beyond is up against the wall. Please add a Cyclone, there's two Cyclones left. And even though we're not killing Beyond, we're denying mining time. The boys are being pulled, no mining at the natural. Meanwhile, Gumiho getting fully saturated. Oh, and he will deny the expansion as well. The CC's getting low. Oh, the jugger. Gumiho, calm down. That's a kill. A kill the CC. GG gets caught. He's unable to lift, unable to save it. And Gumiho takes a 2-1 lead. One more game is all he needs. He is so close to becoming the very first WardiTV Monday champion. Oh my god. GG, well played. Bjorn attempting to turn the tables on Gumiho in that game, going for the 2x Reaper, going for the proxy, but alas, he got completely shut down. Bjorn in the follow-up was cutting corners, was rushing into a third CC, but as we saw, he was punished for that as well. Gumiho all over him. And it could all end here. Could all end here in this next game. As we are jumping into game number 4. Now, I'm hoping we go to the ace match. I'm hoping we go the distance, but alas, the pressure is now on Bjorn as we're loading into Oceanborn. You'll have to wait for your democracy sizzle on Saturday. Let's go. Yes, I am in New South Wales. I am. Do pre-polling. Yo, do I still have time to pre-poll? Yo, I'll be all over that. Let's go. For now, though, we're settling in. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh, Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player. The pressure is on. He's down in the series. One more slip-up, one more loss, and he is out. And the tournament does end. Can he bring us to the ace match? Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Cloud9. One game away from becoming our champion. It is Gumiho. Pre-polls from the 7th to the 13th. Okay. I'll try to get on that. I've never actually done that before. I'm assuming that's like voting online. Will do my best. Really, what you're saying is, okay, okay, what you do is you vote online, but you still go to the voting venue, not to line up to vote, but to line up for the sausages, for the snag. True. The dream. That's how you do it. Otherwise, you have to like double line up. Okay, that's the plan. Kappa. Early voting in person. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Ooh. For now, though, we are settling in. Now we are settling in. Bjorn going for an economic opener, racked expand. Likewise, Gumiho going double gas. We can calm things down after a very chaotic couple of games with proxies, with Reaper harass, and proxy 2x Reaper, game after game after game. We see something a little bit more standard. Gumiho is playing safe with double gas. Bjorn is being greedy with racks expand. And Bjorn is not punished. Not this time. Gumiho moving out, going for the natural. And he will do his CC, does get the building worker. SCV does go down, trading with the Reaper, but Bjorn will come out on top, will shut the Reaper down, will defend. And was delayed his expansion for a moment, but only by a couple of seconds. Bjorn will still maintain that economic lead, as Gumiho's CC only just began. Gumiho moving out with the second Reaper. Well, if yes, yeah, I did notice. Looks like there was some frame drops in game, but don't you worry, it's not affecting the players. Just some frame drops. Should clear. Yeah, you can see here as well. Oh god. Unfortunately, just the server being a little bit laggy. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Oh, actually, it might be affecting the players here. I don't know what they said. It might be unrelated what they're talking about. If Gumiho is spamming Z's, I think it's unrelated. But if there is latency affecting the players, then they will ask for a pause. and we can clear it up. As for now, we are going to be settling in to have our 1-1-1 follow-up into our Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Gumiho back at home, likewise settling in as well. After this game, especially if we get an ace match, I might just turn off the VPN if it is looking this this frame droppy. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, it isn't really FPS drops. Like, other things are smooth. Just yeah, certain actions. Drop his force back. I'm afraid to turn off the VPN in the middle of the game. I don't know what that does. So I'm gonna avoid that. Wait until after the game. As the drop does zip in, going for the tank. Tank does survive. Nice repair so far. Likewise, Banshee across the map, but Bjorn is keeping up. He's got the Raven, has the Marines, doesn't quite get the Banshee itself, but does defend. Does protect the main. Third CC's on the way. I believe Gumiho did confirm. Oh, not quite. But I've seen this before. Banshee into factory. Are we going into a second factory? Is this the beginning of mech? Again. Yun is embracing bio, of course. Third CC's on the way for Gumiho. But this is looking similar to Golden Aura, if you were here for it. It's looking similar. Depot goes down, and I'm waiting for the rest of the factories. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it's gonna be Baye. Maybe no, there we go. As we assumed, there we go. Extra factories on the way. It is gonna be for the mech. So Gumiho is making it up just like he did on Golden Aura. And the build did look very similar, and is moving out ahead of time. We've got our 2 Ravens, we have 3 tanks, we have some bio army to help support. And the goal here for Gumiho should just be to deny the third, but we'll see if we can get more than that. As Gumiho does dive in, going for the tank. The tank will fall. Yeah, massive pick-off. We do have the disables though. Yeah, with the help of the disables, it looks like Bjorn will break through. Shuts down the tanks one after the other. Banshee gets forced back as well. And Bjorn holds. Bjorn does the... Bjorn does hold. I was hoping that would just lead into just a back and forth, but no. Gumiho, he taps out. GG, and Bjorn ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Oh my god. I mean, I guess Bjorn had nothing back at home, and it was a bad trade for Gumiho, I mean. But yeah, GG, well played. Oh, and I will very quickly turn off the VPN. Yeah, I did notice the spikes. We'll disconnect. And hopefully everything is a little bit more smoother coming into the ace match. Let's go. We're jumping into game 5. But yeah, alas, I guess Gumiho was hoping for a bit of a better trade. He did get 1 tank on the low ground, but just the 1 tank. And was completely cleaned up. And with that, we're going to game 5. Oh, they're bantering. Hold on, I'm like copy pasting everything. Here we go, we're getting into game 5. We're going to be loading into Site Delta as the final game of the series. It all ends here, it all ends on Site Delta. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Look, it's so smooth. Ah, beautiful. We have Bjorn. On Shopify. Oh, sorry, have I been in? God damn it! Sorry, I just realized the mod was incorrect. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Just realized that Bjorn's intro was showing the wrong team name. See, it's showing Offside Esports. That is not correct, but it's going to be a short one. Gumiho coming in with the Proxy 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. We're back to basics. The Proxy 2-Raxes have arrived. The series, despite the smooth nature of this game without any frame. Oh, look, it's beautiful. It's going to be a short one. Here we go. The Raxes are getting up and running. And this time, Bjorn is only going for a single gas geyser. Unlike the previous games where Bjorn would have faster factory production and faster Hellions, this time Bjorn is going for a greedier build into a CC on the low ground. And because of that, Gumiho will have an edge. He will have an edge, and I'm concerned for Bjorn. I'm concerned the game may end sooner rather than later. Let's go. This isn't a build order win, not by any means. Bjorn, if he realizes what's going on, no SCV scout. No SCV scout. If he realizes what's going on, then he can pull the boys and be ready for this. But alas, Bjorn is cutting corners, is being a little bit greedier than that. And here come the Reapers. They're coming, Pat. Oh, War, you're an animal. There's gonna be a name for that fetish. I mean, there is. You just want to edge, Pappy. CC is cancelled. Bjorn now realizes what's going on. Cancel the CC. Factory has begun. And can Bjorn recover? You just want the tanks to look at each other, but not to engage. Oh, as the first Reaper does overextend. First Reaper goes down. Massive pickoff. A strong start for Bjorn. Yeah, Gumiho does slip up. And he's transitioning. Yeah, the rush has ended. Bjorn has to be careful though. Does pull away. Factory is in production. And Bjorn is securing himself. Trading 1-to-1. Both players bleeding out a Reaper. And Gumiho can still threaten the base, but can't really do much more than that. We can see Bjorn taking it seriously, pulls extra workers, extra boys. I'm like, War, don't you want the tanks to like fire on each other? You're like, no. They cannot fire. They have to keep it in, Pat. Oh, okay. As the Reaper, they do damage to the main base. Extra boys being pulled. Heavy volleys going up. And again, Bjorn will hold. Bleeds out 2 SCVs. He does hold. The Reapers, they come back in though. Gumiho getting extra damage. More than he should have. The Hellion falls. Nice damage. 4th SCV does get picked off. Coming back into the... Gumiho! He goes back in! 4 more SCVs. He's gonna get 5! Gets another! He's pulling Bjorn apart! 6 SCV kills! Oh my... He's crazy! Gumiho, calm down! He's still not done! He should be though. As yeah, now there's no way out. The Reaper is trapped, but that was an insane amount of damage considering the game state. That was 5 Reapers for 6 SCVs, a Hellion, a Reaper, 2 Marines. Those extra worker kills should not have happened. And with that, Gumiho is the first to expand. He's already on location. Orbital's morphing in. We're of course muling. We have an SCV lead. Gumiho is ahead in the economy. And is now catching up with the army, rushing right into a 3rd CC. He's crazy. 3rd CC's on the way. Gumiho looking to get further ahead. Likewise, so is Bjorn. Bjorn CC slightly later than his opponent, but both players have the same plan. They have the same idea. Rushing into the 3rd. No, just sit out of range. You're an animal, War. You're an animal. Just sit out of range and look at each other. No touching. Jesus. And here we go. Gumiho dropping in, not done with the harass. Getting 2 more SCVs, getting 3 more SCVs. Quick up, we'll get out. Again, Bjorn has just been having a very hard time here in the early game. Has been stumbling, and the problem is that Bjorn's way to catch back up is with the 3rd CC. But Gumiho did the same thing. Gumiho is keeping up if not exceeding his opponents. Liberator gets across the map, gets 3 SCVs. Gets a Cyclone, gets a 4th Worker. Not bad. Not bad at all for Bjorn. He is fighting back. Likewise, Cyclone Drop gets in. True. If you want stare contests, there are Age of Empire 2 games which ran overnight, and then some where people basically stare at each other for hours. I can imagine that as well. I feel like AoE, I think AoE 4 has something similar where walling up and having these entrenched positions are a little bit more commonplace or a little bit easier to pull off. No thank you. Not like this. Oh, and Gumiho for the first time, we're getting into a longer game, and for the first time, that is not mech. Stim. Gumiho. He's crazy. Playing Bio. It's going to be Bio Tank for the first time here at a Gumiho. Meanwhile, Bjorn likewise embracing Bio Tank as well. 3rd CC going to be taken first for the Red Terran. Gumiho does maintain the economic lead. Bjorn is going to be slightly behind. Scanner reveals that Bjorn has yet to take the 3rd. And Gumiho can soon move out. He spots the CC lifting. Gumiho trading up. Oh my god, almost 2 for 2. Just barely not. Bjorn wins out on the trade. I'm curious if Gumiho tries to apply pressure to the 3rd base, or if we just back off, we chill out, just macro from here. Building up towards a longer game stage. Now, even though Gumiho does have a slight edge and a slight lead, and he does have a slight lead, in TVT, you can still surpass that. You can outposition your opponent with drop play, with, of course, sieging up your tanks. You can outposition, you can outmaneuver. That is a big part of TVT. You can be down 20, 30 army supply, even 40, and still want to fight. So we'll see if Bjorn can pull that off. Ooh, as Cyclones, they hit the 3rd. Catching 3 SCVs. Bjorn going for his own drop into the main. Ooh, Bjorn even losing a medevac as well. These are some brutal trades. Drop will unload in the main, but there's an army waiting. Gumiho does deflect. There's the main base, auto turrets as well. Oh, shutting down the meta. Oh my god, the disables! The auto turret disable combination shutting down one of the metamax. Again, Gumiho's just all over this. And suddenly that, 10 or so supply lead it's getting larger. It's getting bigger and bigger here. Gumiho getting further ahead, jumping into the main. Threads the drop, zoned away. Likewise, 4 CC in production for Gumiho. Getting into a longer game state. Getting into 2-2. Tanks are moving out. Bjorn, I'm sure, wants to be active as well. See Gumiho trying to catch out any stray army. Anything threatening his 3rd. As Gumiho's main army is spotted. Bjorn trying to respond. Going for a counterattack at the same time, and Gumiho does have an army to defend. But he's going to be overwhelmed. Bjorn dives into the natural. At the same time, Gumiho going for the 3rd. Gets a tank. Gas guys just are exposed. Not bad. Boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. It's going to be 5 SCV kills. Not a bad trade here for Bjorn. Forced to pick up, forced to evacuate. Meanwhile, across the map, Gumiho doesn't gain any ground. Bjorn is barely holding here. Turning back around. Fourth base is denied. Beyond dropping back into the third, and there's nothing here. Yeah, Gumiho out of position. SCVs are going down. Oh, this is becoming critical damage. Getting another 9, 10, 11, 12 SCV kills. Oh my god. Beyond, he's popping off. Gumiho turning back around. Beyond pulling away. Does have a worker lead. 69 SCVs. Nice. He's back in this game. I mean, he's still down in army supply, don't get me wrong. In the head-on fight, I do favor Gumiho, but we don't have a head-on fight. Gumiho backs off to defend, and Beyond gets some breathing room. He can finally breathe, taking his gases, getting ready for a fourth base. Has yet to take one, but it's getting there. It's on the way. Beyond is keeping up. Looking at the units tab, Gumiho is down in tanks, but has Ravens. Up in Marines, he has double the Marine count. That's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of man with gun. Main army is spotted. Gumiho does respond. That does Gumiho counterattack. Now he's racing back home. Beyond going for the dive. We'll get one of the tanks. Gets one. Gets two, gets three. But the Marines, they come in from behind, and Gumiho will clean this up. Oh yeah, this was not worth it for Beyond. I mean, does trade 3 tanks for Marines. I guess. That's still a massive army lead here for Gumiho. Yeah, Gumiho is still with over double the Marine count. Beyond hoping to try to force Gumiho to back off. 4 CCs on the way, but I don't see Beyond saving it. He's gonna try though. Stims in. Main the army into tanks. Tanks are late to siege. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Beyond can make his final stand. Oh, he will break through. Takes down the tanks. Shuts down the Marines. Will cost Beyond 10 SCVs, but Beyond, he barely holds on. Whew. That was a very close fight. Beyond was the first to siege, though. And just like that, Gumiho, despite having double the Marine count, not anymore. The Marine count has evened up. That was a very intense fight for Beyond. Does take it. God, he's crazy. Going for a drop. Drop is spotted. Beyond has to retreat. Gumiho rotating. Beyond getting his fourth base up and running. Here's an orbital. Tank bullies going off. Still looking for a way in. Beyond going for the dive. Wants the tanks. Oh, doesn't quite get them. Hopping up out of Gumiho. Does evacuate. Leading out a handful of units. A Viking. A Cyclone. Pushing on the right hand side. Liberators have arrived. Do we have any anti-air? The tanks are exposed. Marines stim in. They get one live. Oh, but they don't quite get the other. That second Liberator does siege. Gets one of the tanks. And Beyond's out of position. Base trade. It's time for the base trade. Fourth base does evacuate, and Beyond is going for the kill, going for the throat. Gets one tank, and doesn't get the other. Does drag the army down. Big tank blows going off. Gumiho getting caught out. Gumiho does get caught. Beyond stimming in towards the natural. There's a tank on the high ground. Likewise, Gumiho yet to dive into the natural himself. And does drop in. Tank does fall. Beyond trying to hold on another exposed tank. Oof, has to be careful. But Beyond is holding. At the same time, Beyond, he denies a third. Takes down the third base. Can go for the fourth, but it is a planetary. So both players on 3 bases. And Beyond, with these tanks, he can knock down that fourth base. He's getting within range. Gumiho racing back home. His goal here to save the expansion. Does have another base towards the south as well. Boys are being pulled. The army does dive in. He goes for the drop. But he gets punished for it. The tanks are going down. I say that the Marines do actually win the fight here for Gumiho. Gumiho saves the expansion. Again, he has that southern base. Did lose 16 SCVs. And Gumiho down to 28 workers. Beyond has the high worker count, but he's long distance mining. He's not mining efficiently. Gumiho with still a comparable army size. Going for a split push. Dune on the right. Reinforcements on the left. Oh! Oh my god. Almost catches the medevacs. Calm down. Gumiho backs off. Hits the southern bases. Does find some SCVs. And Beyond needs another expansion. There we go. The main does float over as the fourth. Beyond moving out. Upgrade slightly in favor of Gumiho with +2 vehicle weapons. Beyond, I believe he has not scouted the southern expansion. It's so exposed. It's an orbital, but Beyond doesn't know. Beyond is in the dark. Otherwise, he could punish it. Marines them in, catching medevacs. Oh, medevacs are caught out. Yeah, Beyond, he can try to take this fight. It is close. Yeah, he will barely come out on top. Barely not. Reinforcements have arrived. Gumiho coming in for the surround. He shuts down the bio army, catches the medevacs as well. Yeah, Beyond did overextend. Gumiho still with the Marine lead. Liberators towards the south. Main army towards the north. Beyond trying to keep up. Does siege the tanks. Liberators pull away. Oh, we actually have the counter at Liberas. Beyond finds the expansion. Does find the most important mining base here for Gumiho. Beyond rallying Marines across the map. Gumiho does respond. Yeah, Beyond, he goes for the stem. Goes for the mineral line. Will not quite get in though. Yeah, Gumiho will defend. And God, that's a lot of tanks. Jesus. 8 tanks. Beyond does divert his attention. Gets eyes of the main army. Gumiho does have the tank lead. This can still swing in favor of Gumiho. As he is pushing forward. Beyond, his armies are quite in position. The tanks are spread out. Ooh, one tank falls. Beyond going for a counterattack, catching a tank of his own. Going for the mineral line. The base is exposed. With the main armies face off, and Beyond, he gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. And this is damage that Gumiho cannot afford. He's all in. It's all or nothing for Gumiho. He goes for the dive, goes for the CC. He might get the base, but not even. We'll get the fourth, though. That was the natural floated over. The orbital will fall. Boys being pulled away. We have one mining base versus one. But Beyond has saturation. Beyond CC is saturated. Armies are facing up. We have an even Marine count. Beyond has a slight tank lead. Beyond will get some tank shots off. Gumiho does come out on top of the trade. Saves his tanks. Beyond dropping in. A bold move. You have the unsiege. Yeah, massive unsiege. Gumiho gets caught out. Tanks are going down. Beyond has to pull away. Has to respect the tanks. Does pull back. Vikings zoning away the medevacs. Third CC is denied. Tanks are exposed. Gumiho gets a tank. At the same time, landing another CC. Beyond just outrading Gumiho. We get a drop across the map. We get a drop into the middle line, but there are tanks to defend. Beyond is holding. And Beyond, as the game progresses, he's getting further and further ahead. Now getting up to 2 base saturation. Gumiho still on 1. Beyond, he gets across the map once again. He shouldn't get much done though. Horseback. Beyond reinforcing towards the left. Building up more Marines. As Beyond does catch that Gumiho, does chase him down. I mean, Gumiho does have a good defensive setup. We have a line of tanks sprawling throughout the map. Catching up, Yun. Yun isn't quite able to break through. We have Gumiho threatening a dive. Has to drop a Marines. Beyond does spot it. He rotates. Beyond should be the first to max out, but again, Gumiho is not too far behind him. And despite having the supply lead, Beyond still cannot push into the siege line. Mentioned before that kind of that defender's advantage or that setup does make up for otherwise lost supply. Or lower supply. That army is a bit overstimmed. Beyond can try and chase him down. Taking another expansion. Or just floating over the CC. Getting fresh fighting base. Beyond needs to be in. Gets a tank. 1 tank goes down. Beyond commits to the fight. And Gumiho pulling back to the tanks. Gumiho will hold. Beyond trading out Marines. Still very close. Again, the tank spread is impressive here for Gumiho. Not easy to break. Gumiho going for a counterattack. Beyond does not have much to defend. The central tower is now done. Beyond, he spots the army. Going for the medevac. Gets a full medevac. Medevac goes down. The Gumiho does get a tank, but won't get much more than that. Going for the mineral line. Just focusing on as many SCVs as he can. Gets 4. Taking another expansion. With Gumiho taking a fresh mining base, well, I say another base. He can try to catch up here in supply. If he can survive a little bit longer, he can try to even things up. But Beyond, he's had enough waiting. He's had enough. Pushing in, gets a tank. Gets 1, gets another. The tanks, they need support. We're exposed. Gumiho not quite in position. Another tank going to be going down as well. Brutal pickoffs. And Gumiho is being overwhelmed. These are the fights that Beyond has been waiting for. Catching out 3 tanks and everything else. GG gets called and Beyond will take it. He's a menace. What is this, the 4th or the 5th weekly in a row? GG, well played. Beyond will be our very first WardiTV Monday #1 champion. GG. Beyond is winning everything with this week. The KSL, the STC, the TTT, and the WardiTV Monday Cup as well. 4 weeklies over the course of like 2 days. Impressive. Impressive here from Beyond. Winning every single weekly. And what's next? The Ursasaurus Cup. The Ursasaurus Cup is going to be in, what, 10 hours time. Beyond is going to get some rest, wake up, and look to do it all again. Gonna look to do it all once again here. Aye, aye, aye. One moment as I do attempt to... set some things up. Sorry, I'm just sorting something out for Wardy. But yeah, with that, GG, well played. Oh mate, Wardy was just asking for some replays. I got him covered. Got him covered, Pappy. Let's go. I'll slip into those DMs. There we go. There we go. But with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to Björn for winning everything. Every weekly of the past couple of days has been in favor of Björn, and yeah, congratulations. My condolences to Gumiho. He did pose a threat. It was a very chaotic series. We saw some mech. We saw some crazy variation of mech as well, rushing into BC. We had Proxy 2X Reaper. We had from both players, both from Gumiho and from Björn. We saw Gumiho out Björning Björn as well, and went all the way to the ace match. It's all that we want out of a TVT. Some chaotic games, some more macro games, some mech versus bio, just chaos all over the place. GG, well played, congratulations. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the evening. We're going to be wrapping up for the time being, but as I just mentioned, we have another broadcast in a couple of hours, in 7.5 hours time. No, wait, no, my apologies. In 9.5 hours time, we're going to be live on the channel once again with the Ursasaurus Cup. What is the Ursasaurus Cup? Well, it is going to be the new NA Replacement Weekly. We hosted our own Replacement Weekly last week, but other organizers did express their interest in hosting an event in the Monday time slot, so we did accommodate. We have since moved our Tenacious Turtle Tussle from Monday to Sunday. So now we have our weekly on Sundays instead of Mondays, which we did just have, like yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Or this morning, actually. It's all blending together. Yeah, this morning, my apologies. This morning we did host the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and tomorrow is going to be the Ursasaurus Cup, which we will also be casting. I say tomorrow, again, in 9 hours time, later on this morning. So we're going to be able to get some sleep, get some rest, and wake up in time for some more StarCraft action. And I'm sure that Björn is going to be there as well. I'm sure. And he might go for the... I was gonna say go for the hat trick, but no, he's gonna go for like the quintuple crown. It's crazy. Jesus. He's already got 4 weeklies under his belt, and if he wins that 5th weekly of the week, the quintuple crown, baby, let's go. The only one he would be missing if he wins tomorrow is the KSR, which is the Kalaris Steadfast, the ESL European replacement. The European Replacement Weekly, which I don't think Björn is going to play in, because if he plays in that, then he can't play in the other. He has to sleep at some point, so that would be the one he would miss. But yeah, I guess in this new era of StarCraft, in this new era of off-season, yeah, we have potentially 6 open cups a week. Yeah, 6. Right, it's KSL, STC, TTT, the WardiTV, KSR, and Ursasaurus. Wow, that's crazy. So we have the potential for 6 weekly tournaments, and Bjarni's got 4 of them. He's got 4 of them so far. I say the potential for 6 because technically KSL is a bi-weekly, not a weekly. So KSL is every 2nd week, so you don't always get the KSL opportunity there. But yeah, Bjarni's been on that grind. Been on that grind set. Damn. Bjarni signed up for KSL. There you go. Bjarni's gonna go full D-Gen, papi. Full D-Gen. Just pull an all-nighter and play in everything. Bjarni's an animal. He's an animal. We'll see. We'll see if he can crack open a hot 6 and compete in everything. Crazy. He hungers for the money. Yeah. He's there for that bag. Get that bag back. Crazy. Just catching up. Sleep is for the weak. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, with that, GG, well played. So yeah, best of luck to Björn if he does play in the European Weekly. Best of luck. We'll see if he does pull that off, and if he does, he could actually go for the septuple crown. Oh my god. Crazy. Regardless, with that, congratulations, and yeah, we're gonna be heading off for the time being. Gonna be heading off for the night. I believe the KSR is starting up in an hour? Question mark. It's starting up in an hour's time. So there's still some time to get some snacks, get some food, and get ready for the next weekly tournament. We will be getting some rest. We're gonna be going to bed. Björn might compete in that event. We will not. We're gonna get some sleep, get some rest, and I'll be waking up bright and early for the Ursasaurus Cup instead. So that's going to be the plan here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for supporting. If you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. If you do want to check us out, again, we post whenever we go live, and we do host other events and plenty of content on the channel. We cast on a daily basis, and yeah, plenty of StarCraft, plenty of quality content if you are interested. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. What is hero for opening the community, but you're a legend for broadcasting the evening on YouTube for us on EU. You're welcome, Pappy. You're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we're all doing our part. We're all doing our part. We're all hosting our weeklies. Yeah, which is really cool to see. Hello, also goodbye. Also, Maestro Slow, bro. Where have you been, Papi? Where have you been? Good to see you. And buenas noches. Good night, Papi. Good night. Gonna go get some bed. When you need to sleep, you could watch StarCraft. It's so hard watching everything. There's just so much StarCraft going on. So much. Like I barely got to see any of the Bulgarian tournaments. I barely got to watch it. So I'll definitely check out the VODs. Definitely when I have time. IRL is evil. True. Take care, Papi. Take care. Good to see you, though. Good to see you. And yeah, we'll see you all in a couple of hours. We'll see you all for the Ursasaurus Cup in 9.5 hours. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send our love to. Who's streaming? Who is streaming right now? Who can we raid? There is... I think Smile is laddering. There's Sergeant Sadsack. Smile is laddering. Kalussi is laddering as well. Let's go. We'll give it to Smile. Smile is a Peruvian Terran player. He's a great guy. Great guy. Give him some love. Give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Thank you for watching. Ciao, papi, ciao. Thank you for watching. Hasta luego.